Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the May 17th, 2023 Grants Pass City Council meeting. We have a large number of people here in the audience tonight, so I'm going to make a couple changes to the agenda I wanted the council to know about ahead of time. We're going to proceed with the land use hearing first, and then in the council action item, I'm going to do items C and E, and then we'll do public comment, and then we'll come back to our regular agenda. And we start our meeting with a moment of silence, so please join me for that. All right, please rise for the flag salute and silence your cell phones. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a proclamation tonight, and a few people who are waiting outside are going to come in to receive that, so I'll wait a minute for them to step inside. Whereas several nonprofits and groups, including United Community Action Network, known as UCAN, Partners Assisting the Homeless, PATH, and the Josephine County Food Bank came together, and whereas several government entities, including the Oregon Department of Human Services, Josephine County Public Health, Josephine Community Transit, and the City of Grants Pass provided resources, and whereas 45 dedicated volunteers worked together in operating the Grants Pass Warming Shelter for 46 nights this past winter, and whereas those efforts guarded against injury and loss of life for more than 200 people of the homeless community, and whereas these efforts also led to the rehousing and/or job placement of 25 people through case management and referrals, now therefore be it resolved that I, Sarah Bristol, Mayor of the City of Grants Pass, and on behalf of the City Council, applaud the coordination, determination, and compassion demonstrated by those who put others before themselves to operate the Grants Pass Warming Center. And who is here to receive the proclamation? Thank you to those volunteers and organizations that helped out. Thanks for being here tonight. Apparently we don't have any public speakers in the group. I cannot adjust the volume, but I'll try to be louder. All right, the first item on our agenda tonight is a public hearing. So at this time I will open the land use hearing. The public hearing to consider an ordinance that would amend the Grants Pass Development Code, Article 22, Residential Development, and Article 30, Definitions, revising existing solar standards. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by public comment, and then the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to consider this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria. All testimony and evidence must be directed toward those criteria. The criteria which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the issue. We will now begin the hearing with the staff's report.
And before I got up and did that, Mayor, I wanted to bring you just up to date really quick. Our consultant who was on this project was unable to make it tonight. The planner that was assigned to this project is also out of the country. We can proceed to give you a overview at a high level, but we were depending pretty heavily on our consultant to help guide you and walk you through some of the technical merits of this. So I wanted to put it forward as to whether you want to proceed with the hearing kind of at a high level, or we can continue it to a date certain.
Council, what are you interested in doing? Valerie?
Well, after reading about it and knowing how confusing it is, just because it is, I would actually like to have somebody to lead us through it. So I would like to postpone it to a later date, personally. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone it to a later date when the consultant and the planner who has been working on it is available to give us that information.
Seconded.
And I'm sorry. I did speak to the clerk earlier, and I think we have a couple of dates that were maybe preferred.
Yeah, the July 19th would be the preferred date.
Okay. So I'll just amend that to say the July 19th date.
Seconded by Vanessa. Is there discussion on that? All right. I should note, I didn't mention earlier, Brian De La Grange is online, meeting with us virtually tonight. Valerie, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
No.
Brian? I don't know if he can hear us. Okay, we'll just go with motion passes 6-1. And we will move on to our next item on the agenda will be item C under council action, resolution approving the downtown Parklet grant program.
Thank you, Mary. Let me pull up the presentation. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. The item before you is a continuation of the Parklet program that was presented to you on April 25th. We wrapped up the program, taken in the comments from Council, and we're about ready to, with today's approval, begin accepting applications. That said, I wanted to just briefly introduce that this is a joint venture between community development, but it includes both planning and economic development. James Conway, Dana Pierce, Carolyn Nealon from our community development staff will implement the program as well, so they're also listed in this presentation. As far as the summary is consideration of the approval of the Downtown Parklet Grant Program and its relationship to council goals to encourage economic opportunities by encouraging private parklets in the downtown Grants Pass area. Just a summary based off the input that staff received on the council workshop on April 25th. The council approved or acknowledged the ARPA funds already pre-allocated to this project. The council also requested that the Historic Buildings and Sites Commission approved parklet designs. The council also agreed that parklets would be limited to one storefront only, that neighbor permission from abutting businesses be required, and there be no maximum of parklets per block. They'd be limited to restaurants only, and concrete rails would be required. In addition, graffiti removal would be required for all parklets within a 24-hour period. And finally, a parklet deck be constructed in terms of the base design so that it's even with the curb. All these comments were received on the 25th and now have been included in both the application and guidelines for the Parklet program. Since the 25th, we did change the title. I think we removed pilots, moving towards a downtown Parklet grant program. On May 11th, per the direction of council, the HBSC did approve 3 Parklet designs, which we'll review tonight. These are ARPA funds. They are federal funds. The eligibility initially were discussed to be central business district only. We do have to extend the eligibility to all downtown, so we did make that change. And based off HBSC comments, we originally had Parklets removed on Halloween, and based off their comments that there are existing Halloween activities, and so we pushed that date from removal to November 6th based on that feedback. Finally, again, there was direction from council to have schematic Parklet designs ready. We have our bid proposal from our architect to do this. And in terms of getting ready for the program with your blessing tonight, our points of contacts, James Conway from the Economic Development will be the primary business liaison overseeing the construction and maintenance of the Parklets. Karen Nealon is our planning tech overseeing the application intake and permit issuance. Dana Pierce, our economic manager, will oversee the selection committee, and I'll oversee the reimbursements and document lessons learned after this season. There are basically 3 options that HBSC approved. The first is a schematic design, and the base design of all these Parklets moving forward includes both a deck and a concrete rail. In these options, our designer will design basically construction building documents that restaurants can pick up, they can look at. We'll have elevations and specifications of what to buy and measurements, and the restaurant owner will pick that plan up and be able to assign it, build it themselves, or assign it to a contractor to build. Also pursuant to HBSC recommendation is a requirement for art. And our art can really be open to anything as long as it's locally themed, local history, local architecture, all grants pass related. And I think HBSC meant for that to be a little vague in terms of hopefully inspiring some creativity from restaurants. This is option A, and this is one of the approved Parklet designs. Option B is do-it-yourself Parklet. We will have a specification that outlines the requirement of a deck for safety, as well as a concrete rail. Beyond that, the restaurant can and will be required to somehow wrap or paint the concrete rail. And this was inspired to us by Jim Love, who initially provided some initial research and provided an option where restaurants can immediately build to, and if they so desire, be creative in terms of how they mask, paint, or wrap the concrete rail. And this would be option B. And our final option is option C. Due to the pandemic, there are now vendors and who will, for a price, provide a Parklet kit, and they'll provide you, namely, for one price, they'll ship out a steel structure, they'll provide the basing, and they'll provide the connection between the Parklet and the right-of-way or the curb. This is a one exclusive price. One vendor did reach out. Initially, the cost can be anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. This was also inspired by the city of Beverly Hills in terms of modular construction, and this would be an opportunity for businesses to purchase a Parklet to use and to store year after year. And so we just meant this to be an option for restaurants, particularly if they wanted to more of a long-term solution to our Parklet. The art requirement would also be required for this option as well. Things to consider, I know at the council workshop, an alternative to concrete rails. In staff's research, there are other concrete rails in terms of a plastic jersey barrier, which restaurants can purchase. They can fill with sand or water that provides that concrete barrier. The Parklet kits, they typically come in a steel structure, and talking to a couple of vendors, they meet that specification in terms of being able to withstand the 300-pound contact. And the last thing to consider is Talking over through staff, the art element requirement. The art element requirement is right now required for all three options. The discussion before you is staff thought it might be a little cumbersome or at least redundant for at least if a business or a restaurant chooses an option A and they build and they cover up that concrete rail. Having the art element, it was only really geared towards option B, the do-it-yourself. So it's something that council to consider whether or not to provide or to require that art element on all three options. And I'm sorry, I'll go back to the concrete rails. I think the concrete rails, the consideration there is to, given that the market has provided concrete or alternatives to concrete rails, we request that council consider an alternative if the restaurant chooses to do so. That wraps up our presentation. The call to action is really the council's discretion. As discussed before at the workshop on the 25th, a total of $38,000 of ARPA funds has already been earmarked for this program to implement and stands ready to go. Staff's recommendation is to approve the Downtown Parklet Grant Program, and the alternatives are behind me. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Council, you have questions? Rob?
Yeah, Mark, it's not on the handout, but in the packet, which I don't have in front of me, if I'm not mistaken, it starts out with, like, the number one criteria was, I shouldn't say number one, but if someone, assuming that someone satisfies the engineering aspect and makes some attempt at some kind of artwork, the number one criterion beyond that was first come, first serve. That's what it said in the packet. Are you familiar with that part of it?
I am. The first come, first serve is in terms of, right, that staff would review those applications on a first come, first serve basis in terms of approving the grant.
Right. So later in it, though, it talks about having some kind of review board and a scoring system, and to me, it's almost like those are mutually exclusive. So the question is, if somebody comes with an application, and whether they're taking a pre-approved design but as long as they've essentially addressed engineering in some way, you just mentioned, I think, 3 different ways they could satisfy the engineering component. If they have some kind of engineering and basically some kind of artwork, it should be first come, first serve. I don't really know that there's a scoring system beyond that that's needed. Now, it just doesn't seem, but it's, the packet does say first come, first serve, and then later on it talks about a scoring system, right?
Correct. Right.
Okay, to me, it's one or the other. So I don't understand how those two things meet.
I think thank you for that question. The other components of the selection criteria also included ongoing maintenance and security. So those were meant to, with these funds and the restaurant building and parklet, that they also give some thought to ongoing security, particularly at night, and vandalism and graffiti. So we asked for, in that narrative, how to have restaurants think through how they'll maintain and keep the parklet safe and how they'll respond to any maintenance or any graffiti issues. So those 2 requirements are also a part of the selection criteria. But you're correct, in terms of first come, first serve, it was staff's recommendation in terms of being able to review grant proposals without waiting on a continuous basis. And so rather than just waiting for a period of time, having a due date, we felt it'd be better to keep it moving, particularly since we're a little later in the season than we wanted to be.
So if someone meets, we'll ever say, the minimum criteria for, I guess now it's 5 criteria I think that you are referring to, if they meet that, then it's first come, first serve. So if someone shows up, there's not a judgment as far as the attractiveness of the artwork or anything of that nature. It's just you meet these 5, you've addressed these 5 concerns of staff, yes or no, first come, first serve, you get it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to provide that flexibility to them. Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mark. I did have a question under option B, the do-it-yourself parklet. I'm assuming the art would be submitted, the concept would be submitted at the time of the grant application. Would each individual grant go to the HBSC for approval?
No, the intention is that these are the 3 options moving forward. The art element, as long as they agree and have a concept, it would not need to go back to HBSC.
Okay, and that's assuming that there's no neon colors used or anything like that, if it is in that historical area,
Correct.
staff would overlook that? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Exactly.
Any other questions? Rob?
So who decides whether the artwork is appropriate? Exactly then, if it's not HBSC, if it's staff, who decides? What's the criteria?
Moving forward, we'll have staff and looking for a volunteer committee. Ideally, we would pick someone from HBSC on the commission to serve as long as they're available to help us with deciding that.
And so how quickly do you think that'd be turned around? How long would it take for that committee to meet and then, or for them to discuss
Right, that's to be
electronically?
determined, right? We understand that needs to happen quickly, and so the hope is that we can identify someone who would make themselves available at a time that helps us turn around, ideally within the week. But depending on the demand and depending on if we had all our information in front of us, will help make that decision quicker than.
So goal would hopefully be within a week.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Thank you.
Any questions? Val?
My only question, and I'm just going to assume, but I want to clarify, is that on all of these, if they do choose to do the sand or something, all of those have to meet the same specs that the concrete would meet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions? All right, this is a council action item, so council, the public is welcome to give comment during the council action items, so if you would like to speak on this issue or others as we move forward, step up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. There's a light. When the yellow light comes on, it means you have 30 seconds left, so don't panic, but when it comes to the time of the red light, please end your comments so that we don't have to cut you off. And hang on just a second. Start by telling us your name and whether or not you live in the city limits. Okay, Matt Morsa. Okay, so during public comment, you address the council, and you can ask your questions. If it's something they want to take up with the staff later, they can, but you don't have the right to, have a back and forth discussion. It's just 3 minutes to state your comments. Yeah, it was just on liability. Oh, can you make sure the mic's on? Sorry, this is a lot of instructions. Okay.
Is that, okay.
Better, thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering about liability. I understand if there's a grant that the restaurant is basically purchasing it and putting it out there, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just wondering if somebody, people are these days, if somebody trips and falls on it, who are they going to hold responsible? That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wanted to speak on this issue of the parklets? Please step forward, state your name, and let us know whether or not you live in the city.
Ward Warren, Grants Pass. I just walked in. We're talking about the parklets, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed and frustrated over the way this has evolved. I was the chairman of the Central Business District Task Force all of last spring and last summer for 6 months, and we had a 9-member volunteer group representing 5 different city committees and commissions. And we discussed the Parklet program as one of the many things that we talked about, and actually came up with a proposal, plan, discussed it, voted on it unanimously. I presented it to you all in October, about 7 months ago, and it's very disappointing to see that it went nowhere. It was a very simple plan, and it was designed to make it easy and convenient for the restaurant owners, to make it more attractive for our historic district. So it was really something that would benefit the entire community as well as the restaurant owners. I'm also chair of the Historic Building and Sites Commission, so I have a lot of concern how our historic district, what the appearance is. We need to keep it clean and safe and attractive. And so our plan, again, was simple, inexpensive, and approved by you all 7 months ago, approximately, and it wasn't brought forward. Nothing happened until I was calling planning, and finally, towards the end of April, which was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was finally brought to you at a workshop with a kind of a different plan, and nothing really had happened. We had 7 months to put this plan in place and make it so it would have been beautiful. Now, we're pretty much left with, of the 3 options, we're pretty much left with 1 option, and that is for the restaurant owners to rent the same ugly concrete bunkers so that G Street looks like a war zone again. Very unfortunate. So I hope that kind of thing doesn't happen. It's frustrating as a volunteer. I do have one positive here, though. I have tried to share some information with staff that could make this a lot quicker and easier because we're late in the game now. And I've done quite a bit of research on it, and I have found some alternative concrete barriers that are much more attractive, and you can apply a vinyl wrap to, and I've found sources of vinyl wraps which can be made. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'd like to just finish this one
Finish your
suggestion, if
sentence.
I may. That would make it a lot easier and a lot quicker and a lot less expensive for our restaurant owners, and would make our G Street and our National Historic District a lot more attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on this issue?
Joseph Rice. A question on liability. As these parklets, I've noticed the word park in the title, they extend out into the public right-of-way. And so in the non-use hours, how are you going to control the homeless that are going to look at those as good places to camp? Who has the authority to trespass and keep them off of that property? Because right now we're seeing the vagrants in downtown destroying it. So this is going to be very inviting to them to sleep at overnight when no one's around. So as this council has said, we can camp any place in a park. Why would they not abuse the parklet?
Is there? You need to please refrain from outbursts of applause, or I will clear the room. Okay, we have a long meeting tonight. I want to let you all speak, but you're going to have to conduct yourselves in an orderly manner, okay? Is there anyone else here to speak on the parklet issue? Okay. I will close public comment and turn this over to council for discussion. Any discussion? Joel?
Well, I think we need to get on with it, and unless there's more discussion, I don't want to cut discussion off. I will make a motion to approve the Downtown Parklet Grant Program.
Seconded by Val. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Joel, you made the motion to adopt the resolution. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And Brian?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 8-0. We'll move on to the next item. Is going to be item E, a resolution adopting the Sustainability and Energy Action Plan. Ready?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and public. We have a brief presentation for you tonight, kind of recapping the history of the Sustainability and Energy Action Task Force, which was requested by Council at Strategic Planning, and then was carried out entirely by a volunteer task force without the use of outside consultants. I'm really proud of this group, and just before we get started, I just want to recognize every one of the volunteers for the heroic work that they did in analyzing the data and creating this plan. There's a bunch of them in the audience tonight. Hopefully they'll get up and tell you just a little bit about what they did accomplish. But I just want to go on record as saying, wow, the work that they did was phenomenal. So our subject in summary is to provide a brief overview of the city's sustainability and energy action plan created by your Energy Action Task Force. This supports the goal of leadership, which was ensure effectiveness in city operations, create a climate action committee. During strategic planning in 2021, the council adopted a 3-star goal to initiate the creation of the Sustainability and Energy Action Task Force. The task force was formed in November of that year and was tasked with creating a sustainability and energy action plan for the city operations only. So how can the city of Grants Pass improve its use of energy and reduce its potential energy costs? The plan provides recommendations on how actions that can be taken to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions, but really increase energy resilience and reduce future energy costs. And we had presented the detailed list of costs to you previously when we presented the plan, and it is startling how much we do pay for power across the entire city. It's approaching about $1 million a year. So anything we can do to help control that saves us money in the future. City staff applied for and was awarded the services of the Resource Assistance for Rural Environments RARE program. That's an AmeriCorps program. And Allegra came to us and has served as the task force liaison. And she worked with the 12 task force members who have spent thousands of hours creating the draft plan that you have in your packets today. That one went the wrong way. Sorry about that. So the plan really takes a hard look at the energy usage of the city of Grants Pass, and that's all forms of energy: electricity, natural gas, propane, fossil fuels, you name it. And it looks at where we're at today and projects where we will be well into the future and what we can do to reduce that increase. It created 5 goals for you to consider and adopt. And it looks at, it has the potential, based on our most conservative, to save us $900,000 a year by 2045 to over $2 million a year, depending on how the projects you choose to move forward with. Again, that's by 2045, and that is a savings of where we would be paying, we could save those amounts. It also greatly improves the resilience in all of our city operations by making us less reliant on grid power by providing alternative sources, and offers the potential to produce net zero emissions by 2045. So the 5 goals, which are really kind of the tenet of the whole plan, are here behind me, and those are to manage energy costs. So what does that mean? The goal is, the actual numerical goal is to maintain our energy usage at 30%, or the cost of our energy usage at 30% above where it is in 2021. So it's not that we're going to ever reduce our energy costs below where it is today. We can't do that. We have lots of energy that we consume. Water and wastewater consume tremendous amounts of power. But what we can do through the use of alternative energy, some of the projects where we can reuse our biogas, as well as implement solar and other forms, we can maintain the increase to 30% above where it is in 2021. We can improve our energy resilience. That's goal number 2. So that means just to diversify a little bit so that structures like our police and fire stations, when the power goes out, they've got more than one alternative source to switch to. We can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We know where we're at today. Some of the projects that we can greatly reduce that. We also look at the urban forest in order to sequester more of that greenhouse gas. And then goal 4 is to integrate sustainability into all of our future decision-making and projects. And what we would be doing as staff is every time we bring you a capital project, we would list the sustainability options that we looked at, present those to you and their potential cost effectiveness, and let you decide on which ones to move forward. And last is goal 5, and that is forming a standing committee to monitor the plan and report to you on how far or how effective we are in meeting those goals. So we showed you pretty a lot of detail into the plan, and I'm going to hit it pretty high level today. But primarily, I went backwards again. Sorry about that. This is going to take a really long time if I do the same slides twice in this presentation. We went into a lot of detail, and I'm going to keep this very, very high level as we look at the plan today. What we have is the goal. The black line moving across the center of this graph is our goal. That is our energy dollar goal. The red line is kind of our plot of where we think our energy costs are going as we move forward into the future based on today's energy usage, looking at the trend of how that's increasing, looking at the cost of energy, and what that cost will be come 2045. And as you can see, it is anticipated to be close to $3 million per year citywide. With the planned projects, we can flatten that curve, and that's that lower green line. And what the intent there is through combination of solar, reducing energy costs, finding ways to trade power for credits, we can keep our energy costs lower and minimize that to where we're only going to be slightly over $2 million per year. That's why there is a huge potential to save quite a bit of energy costs in the future. Again, we're not going to save money tomorrow. We're not going to reduce our energy costs, but we can stave off those future energy costs and greatly reduce what we'll pay tomorrow. And so this all sounds pretty pie in the sky, and I told the committee this, and I'll bet they'll agree, I am probably the least sustainable person on the planet. And so I'm always asking, well, how about this? How about this? And they keep bringing me data. This plan is achievable. It's really exciting that it is achievable, and it's achievable for a number of reasons. One is our primary power supplier, Pacific Power, is making huge strides and will be greatly reducing the amount of GHG that they put into the atmosphere. And because of that, we can totally meet those greenhouse emission goals because their projects alone get us almost halfway to our goal. So that means that the projects that we have to implement to reduce those GHG emissions in the future are much smaller. So cost, this is really what it boils down to, right? What is this plan adoption going to cost us? There is no direct cost for implementing this plan, adopting this plan. There is cost as we move forward and we look at the individual projects and you ask us to implement those projects. What we can say right now is that the projects that were chosen in the plan will need further evaluation. But each and every one of those was chosen because they had a very effective payback period. Some of them in as little as 3 to 5 years, some a little bit longer than that. They could be up to 10 years. But all of them have the potential to turn themselves into profit in a very short period of time. Also, nearly all of the projects identified in the plan are eligible for at least one source of currently available grant funding. So that means that not all of the dollars are going to be coming out of our pockets. Now, almost every grant that you get will have a match component, so we will need to identify sources of revenue should we move these projects forward. But a large portion of those costs should be covered by grants. And I said it early in this, but I'm going to say it again. All of these projects do still require a little bit further study for us to get a little bit more detail of what it will cost us, what the benefit will be. Those will all be brought forward to you for your consideration. So we have this scheduled for approval on apparently 577, but let's go ahead and call that 517. I apologize for that. Whew, teach me to change the slides at the last minute. And the alternatives are there, and I would love to answer any questions that you have. We also have Allegra here in the audience to answer any of the specific data questions that you have.
Thank you, Jason. Council, do you have questions? Joel?
So the only thing that really bothers me is the capital costs, and I realize there's an appendix there, but the economics, and go back to the graph you showed.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, the one right after that. So, no, the one before that there.
Yeah.
Well, and the same applies to the greenhouse gases. Yeah. That is only the operating costs, and you know what I'm talking about. I brought it up last time.
So,
and there are significant capital investment costs that aren't displayed there. And so the green line has capital investment costs.
Yep.
The red line has none, and they're not reflected in that graph, so that means the distance between the two is, just talking about economics, this is kind of misleading.
So this does not reflect any capital costs. So this looks at how much do we pay for power today. You are correct. And that's why, again, the projects that we identified all have super short payback. So if you invest $1 million and you receive $1 million in benefit back in 5 years, year 6, that benefit is purely going back into the budget and would be reflected here. It's really hard to kind of detail those capital costs in this chart here, but I do understand, and there is a capital cost, and that's why we want to bring you back detailed cost analysis with each project to make sure that they're feasible and make sure that the council wants to move forward with those.
Having just put solar on my house, without considering the capital investment costs, it's a flawed analysis. I rest in the comfort that any project that we look at will have a more detailed, unflawed analysis. And also the carbon, if you are interested in the carbon expenditures, the same thing applies. You're just talking about the operating costs of carbon, not the capital costs of carbon of putting in the infrastructure, which is significant and would also decrease the lines and perhaps even make them in reverse order. And so that as we look at the individual projects, that my expectation would be that we would have that analysis that would be open, honest, and professional.
Any questions for Jason?
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. This is open for public comment. Is there anyone here who wanted to speak on the Sustainability and Energy Action Plan? And we'll start with Alan Journet, if you're here.
How's the best way to get there?
Oh, just right there at the podium's fine. Yep, just
Gotcha.
make sure the mic is on. There should be a light at the bottom, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Do I turn the mic on? It's on.
There
Okay,
you go.
thank you. Mayor Bristol and members of the Grants Pass City Council, my name is Alan Journet. I live in Jacksonville. I comment today as co-facilitator of Southern Oregon Climate Action Now, an organization of over 2,000 Southern Oregonians who are concerned about the climate crisis and seek collective action to address it. A substantial number live in Grants Pass. SOCAN encourages regional communities to take whatever steps they can to address the climate crisis, either through promoting adaptation to the trends or mitigating them. These remarks represent a summary of my written comments. Sustainability argues that we manage our natural resources and environment in such a way that we can enjoy life and thrive today while not compromising the ability of future generations to do likewise. Anyone owning a farm or forest who wishes to pass it on to their children and grandchildren understands the need to adopt sustainable management principles. As the report states, sustainable development is living on nature's income rather than its capital. We offer kudos to the Grants Pass Council for establishing the Sustainability and Energy Action Plan Task Force. The task force itself is also to be applauded for developing a proposal that focuses on city administrative actions. If the city can undertake actions that effectively render its operations more sustainable and, as a bonus, less expensive, residents of the city might see benefits for them in adopting a more sustainable lifestyle. I was particularly struck by the emphasis on accessing federal funds rather than local taxpayer funds to achieve sustainable objectives. Also notable is the task force demonstrating a consistent concern for saving local taxpayers money in the proposals they developed. It's entirely reasonable that the task force has developed a plan that, in addition to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045, offers the following immediate and additional direct benefits: better allocation of limited city funds, ongoing energy availability in the event of a grid failure or catastrophic natural disaster, a central role for sustainability thinking in all city decision-making and project considerations. Given the extensive effort undertaken by the task force in developing this plan, We urge that the Council also look favorably upon the proposal to establish a standing Sustainability and Energy Advisory Committee to monitor progress, advise on new technologies, and engage in citizen outreach. A benefit to establishing an ongoing committee is that the energy and enthusiasm of city residents for such a venture can be tapped and utilized for the benefit of the city and all its residents. Even among those residents who doubt the value of adopting a sustainability plan, few will probably sneer at up to $2 million annual savings. After considerable and effective hard work, the task force seems to have produced an exemplary document. We applaud the task force and encourage Council to look favorably upon its recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this issue?
Hi, I am Kaylee Palmore, and...
Kaylee, can you just pull the mic down a little bit?
Sorry.
There you go.
I'm Kaylee Palmore. I'm the high school member to the Sustainability and Energy Action Task Force. I'm going to read you guys a little future story for what a date would look like in 2045. As you walk the streets of downtown, Grants Pass in summertime, you marvel at all the beauty surrounding you. From the hanging flower baskets hooked on LED streetlights to the smiling faces of all the people strolling about, entering the small shops with their families. Much of what was once extra parking spaces have been turned into spaces for bikers and pedestrians to navigate the city more safely. In remaining parking lots, many of the spots now host electric vehicle charging stations, charging a wide array of electric vehicles. As you turn one of the corners, you see a young girl and her brother riding their bikes side by side in a large bike lane. They pass in front of you in your family's favorite restaurant, one of the oldest in the city, and you admire the way the sunlight dances across its rooftop solar panels, which have enabled it to reduce its energy costs enough to stay in business all these years. The sounds of birds and laughing children permeate the air in the absence of the vehicle noises that once drowned them out, even as an electric city vehicle drives past with its brightly colored logo so beautifully plastered on the side. The warm breezes draws you to tilt your face up to a clear blue sky. Take a deep breath of fresh air. A bumblebee flies past you and into the foliage of the small grove of trees planted on a designated urban forest expansion area, where once there had been nothing more than an empty lot and an abandoned building. A smile spreads across your face as you think of how much you love this city. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on this issue? It'll move a little faster if people want to queue up a little bit.
Okay.
The light should be on at the bottom of the mic. The other light will come on when you start talking.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, high tech. My name is Matt Rosen. I'm a member of the task force. I'm the data guy. I apologize, I wasn't at the workshop last time, but I was watching it from Prague in the Czech Republic at 3 in the morning. Just a few things to note. One is that all of the data that went into this plan is all local data. It's from your utilities, from Pacific Pride, from your fueling, from Avista for your natural gas, Pacific Power for electricity use, Republic and SOS for your solid waste. So really we just sliced and diced that data, looked at it, converted it to different forms so that we could gain some insights and understand what was happening. As to a couple of the concerns that Councillor King rose, one important thing on the greenhouse gas emissions and as far as what do you include and not include, we followed what's called the Local Government Operations Protocol, and this is the kind of the standard that was developed for city operations to use in these kind of measures. The problem that you run into is double counting. So for example, if the city puts in a sidewalk, do you count the emissions from the concrete that was made to do that, and so on. You could just go on. And the problem is, if you count things multiple times, or if the manufacturer's counting it, or do we count it? Exactly, count it once. And so the protocol is for the city operations to count just as we did. So we followed that protocol. And so the manufacturers of solar panels, they would count the emissions under their operations. They know their process, they know the raw materials, they have all the answers to do that calculation. And most of those companies are doing that today. And more companies are seeing that as something that they put in their investment reporting and that kind of thing. So that was intentional, and we are following that protocol so that we can compare easily with other city operations and so on. As far as the not including the capital costs. That also is intentional. Really, the purpose here is not to say, you're going to save this many dollars. I think it probably got misconstrued a little bit. This is the potential savings in your operational cost. So this is the return side. Obviously, you have to look at the investment side as well. There's no way we could determine those capital costs for all these projects, and we know that city staff has limited resources. So our goal is to try to prioritize projects, to give you a way to look at which one should you look at first to invest the staff resources to get that detailed, professionally prepared return on investment. So that's the intent, and hopefully the data makes more sense that way. So, thank you. And thank you all for your kind words for the work we did. It was a great group to work with, and I personally learned a ton doing this project. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? State your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city.
Yes, my name is Dorothy Swain, and I live in Grants Pass, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have been proud to serve with such good people on the Sustainability and Energy Action Task Force these past 15 months. And I'm here to urge you to approve the proposed Sustainability and Energy Action Plan. And I'm going to offer you my personal top 4 reasons to adopt this plan. The first one is local resilience. You've heard this before. It makes good sense to be prepared for extreme weather events and other natural disasters so that we can continue to provide basic services when we don't have access to the electrical grid. This plan describes local projects that will produce local electricity from local sources, making us stronger, more independent, and better prepared for emergencies. The second is money. Grant funding is available now for projects that promote a transition to clean energy economy. And having the sustainability plan in place will strengthen our grant applications, which can bring in outside money for our city. Someone is going to be awarded these federal funds, and let's have it be us. Third is mental health. Climate anxiety is real, especially among children. And studies have shown that one of the best ways to address this is for young people to see adults taking action. Adoption of this plan is important symbolically as well as in a practical sense. It is a vote for a healthy future for our kids. And lastly, flexibility. This is a flexible plan. It does not lock City Council into any specific action. What it does is to provide a framework for future decision making. We do not know what the future holds. We do not pretend to have a crystal ball. What we offer is a solid analysis of local data that I believe will be of use to city employees as they make decisions about city policies. It makes sense to adopt this plan and offer our local data analysis to the good folks at the city working every day on our behalf. So the proposed Sustainability and Energy Action Plan is practical without being prescriptive. It represents local resilience, fiscal responsibility, and investment in our children and flexibility. I urge you to adopt the plan. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak on the plan? Please step forward, state your name, let us know whether or not you live in the city.
Matt Morsa, I live in the county. Grant funding is like heroin. First of all, it upsets me when I sit there and I hear people say, oh, there's going to be grant funding from the federal government. We should all just take the money. Is there anyone here who doesn't pay any federal income taxes? You can't pretend that the money isn't coming from you. It is coming from you. The difference is it's been laundered through the federal government. That's my first issue. I want to, brilliant commentary. You don't have to comment back to me now. Councilor King, you're asking the right questions. I look at that chart. I analyze stocks for a living. That's not an accurate chart. It's not accurate at all. And the other problem with grant funding is it gets you addicted. So you build the thing. And then when you go back to do more with the thing, they say, hey, we gave you the money to build the thing. The rest of the thing is on you. Well, what when the solar panels or other kinds of alternative energies need to be replaced? Then what? Oh, well, that's on you. Hey, we funded the thing. Now it's up to you to maintain the thing. I understand there's a nice gentleman here who got up and was explaining some of this analysis, but that is not explained well enough for me. You know, and I know I don't live in the city, but I pay federal income taxes. and I'm not happy where that money's going. This has to be really vetted out carefully. Thank you.
Please step up. It's helpful. If you're planning to speak, you can just stand in line behind the next person, but
Joseph Rice. Some of the analysis I heard credit. And when you look at greenhouse gas emission and what's occurring with that, we see the wildfires that impact this community every year, and that would definitely offset carbon footprint of this administration by decades. So when I hear the words resilient, we're not investing in our local resources and resiliency that's producing these toxic greenhouse gas emissions. I had aircraft working in Alaska for 3 years, and all they did was survey land tracts for carbon offset credit. And this land was muskeg swamp, it was scree slopes, it was land that would never be developed, it will never be built upon. Yet, there is a scam to make money off of it. Good luck on the natives up there because they figured out how to make their land of value. And so you see the word, we have purchased credits to offset our carbon footprint. It's a scam. You've wasted taxpayer dollars to buy land that will never be built upon, and the fact is it would never have been built upon. So I agree with reducing energy costs, that's good. A most direct and effective way, reduce this city government by 1/3, and right there you have saved a tremendous amount of energy and waste. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Victoria Marshall. I live in the city. I was at the planning meeting when this item, action item, was chosen. It was, I have an issue with even how this became an issue. Why are we doing this? Why was this chosen? There were many things that were on all the boards. And it seems to me, this is my observation, that only items that city officials wanted, you wanted them before, were the ones that came forth. So I am disappointed that this is getting so much attention because it isn't necessary. Government is inefficient because they aren't using their money, they're using your money. And increasingly, they are using your money to legislate their beliefs. For example, neither climate crisis nor climate change means anything. It means anything that the people who are saying it want it to mean at the time. And it always changes because reality creeps in and, we haven't had any climate, there's been no climate change in the last 15 years. None. Zero. 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 So you have to come up with climate crisis. Care about, your climate footprint. It just goes on and on. Okay. So but what I wanted to say to the councilors was, cost is not here. You have not been told what this is going to cost. You've been given, it'll say, we'll all feel good, in 2024, 2045, we'll all see blue sky. We can see blue sky today. So the cost is not in this plan, so please do not use our money to sign on to a plan that doesn't tell you what the cost is. So I thank you for your time.
is there anybody else who wants to speak on this issue? All right, I'll close public comment, turn it over to council for discussion. Rick?
I think this document is a stellar document in that it addresses an opportunity for going forward. Technology changes by the day. In fact, so much to do any cost estimate today would be premature. Any project that's being considered should be a time and point and recognize the technology and the costs that would be observed if the project were to go forward at that time. Thank you.
Vanessa?
I did want to, again, thank the task force for all of the work that they've put into this. They really have spent thousands of hours analyzing data, considering almost every consideration. It feels like every stone was unturned. This is a group of volunteers that really deserve thanks for their devotion, their intelligence, and their dedication to this. So thank you all very much for being here tonight and for all of the work that you've put forward on this. It's greatly appreciated. I think that this community is very lucky to benefit from your work, which is all volunteerism, so thank you for that. I do hope that this city is at the front of the table when applying for grants. Not a lot of rural communities have created these plans, and like was stated, when these plans are created, you tend to move to the front of the line, so I look forward to that for our community. And with that being said, where's the end of our packet here? I would like to move to adopt the Sustainability and Energy Action Plan and its 5 identified goals.
Is there a second? Seconded by Rick. And discussion on the motion? Valerie, then Joel.
Yeah, I would also like to applaud the sustainable. I don't think I've ever seen the professionalism and the energy and the time put in by so many people in our community to find some solutions to saving money for our constituents. We all know energy is an extreme expense. I'm not all crazy about climate friendly and all that sort of stuff, but I know that saving money is important. I know that energy is a lot of money, and I know there are some changes that need to happen because technology changes. And to have them come forward and rather than say and bash, come through and take the time to come up with some solutions and having them use local data, local information to make our local process better. I applaud you for that. And I also appreciate you looking out and knowing that, everything that comes about has to be researched. We're not just going to glom on and run into anything. That's not how it happens. But having you on board to help do the continual research and the continual thing saves our staff time and money. And so I think it's a real important thing to move forward. So I will be voting yes.
Joel?
So I have a couple thoughts and an advertisement, I guess. There's no doubt in my mind that there's some solar projects in the city that are cost-effective and make sense. And there's no doubt in my mind that there's some solar projects in the city that if we don't get federal taxpayer dollars, they probably don't make sense. And so, in terms of having a plan and moving forward, I'm going to vote yes. And I have some reservations. The major reservation I have is when you go back in history, the same thing that Eisenhower had with the military-industrial complex. You get people on a committee that's their livelihood and that's what they do. And then they get connected to government. You see it in Congress with interest groups. You see it, I've seen it here in Grants Pass. And what they try to do is get the budget, and they honestly believe in what they're doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working in that. But it tends then to make decisions that really aren't in the interests of the future of the citizens of Grants Pass. And so I have reservations about a standing committee with some of the industry that's on that and some of the people that would make money off of it. Or that's their business rather than you citizens out there, just because I've seen that happen. And so I have reservations about that because that does not serve the public interest. Now for the advertisement. So I have a family tree farm. It's a solar farm. And this summer I harvested 150 loads of logs. They were all carbon sinks. And they went down the road, and I told my grandkids, every time you see a log truck, you go carbon sinks, and if you say it first, you get an ice cream cone. And they really like that. And it becomes a permanent carbon sink because it's incorporated into our homes, and then the land grows even more carbon. And so that's what my wife and I are doing, and it's a great carbon sink. So you didn't need to hear that. I'm sorry.
Dwayne?
Well, a few of you stole my comments I've written down here, but I do want to thank people that did the work. I disagree with you, but you worked hard. I would give you the credit for that. Obviously, I'm not aligned with what you came forward with. I have anything that's borrowing from the government or taking from the government is not free, so I agree with them people there that, you know, we're in trillions of dollars with the debt, and here we are borrowing, taking more grants from China. That's the way I look at it. So it concerns me, and, you know, I have 4 children, and I never heard one of them speak about climate change. So I'm worried about, you know, I don't think they're in some kind of climate anxiety from 25 to 17. Not one of them's ever brought the word climate change up to me. So I just don't see the benefit. If there's a certain project, I would go over the certain project. We can look at that project alone, stand alone, and see how it benefits, but just an overwhelming yes on something, and that's going to be our thing from now on. I don't think that should be it, and I will look at each project individually, and I'm not for this for the city.
DJ, then Rob.
I promise I'll be brief. Thank you, everybody, for the work that you've done on this. I'm going to be an enthusiastic yes. I think this is a great plan. It's a solid foundation for the future in planning, and I'm excited about this, so thank you.
Rob.
Yeah, I can pretty much wholeheartedly say that I agree with everything that was said tonight from the public and on the dais. And, you know, when we've got, you know, climate issues, much is real and much is vastly overstated and sometimes hysterical. And it's very difficult finding unbiased publications, unbiased data on the subject. I do what I can, and I feel I've found some sources that I believe are pretty level-headed. And I totally understand members of the public who would be very cautious or suspicious of anything that looks free or easy. I mean, there's no doubt that you guys are cautious and suspicious because it's part of survival and it's a real thing. That said, this plan, or what's in front of us tonight to approve, I actually don't think it costs us anything, but it's going to fall on future councils to do just what Dwayne was saying, is to look at each and every project extremely carefully. And it's easy to say yes to this, and I'm going to say yes to it. There really is very little cost to me saying yes, except that it puts a tremendous responsibility on future councils. And I don't know that because it's very easy for staff to line up with and find different government sources of information that will support different projects, and it's very difficult to find non-governmental sources because not many non-governmental sources don't have a lot of money to study, we'll say, the negative aspects of some of these projects. So it's going to look really easy to future councils just to rubber stamp it and say yes. Everybody, well, many people will feel good about it. The bottom line is each and every project, as Dwayne suggested, has to be looked at, and Joel has also suggested, has to be looked at extremely carefully because many of them are going to be reasonable and many of them clearly won't be. But the plan, getting it started, and which to me would allow the city council, I guess, to listen to some ideas in the future, seems reasonable. Whether or not I'm ready to, you know, trip over myself to spend money on some of these things, that would be a definite no. But I'm going to vote yes on the plan.
Any further discussion? All right, Vanessa, you made the motion to adopt the Sustainability and Energy Action Plan and its goals. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1. And we are going to move on to our public comment. But first we have staff, a little background from staff, because I know a number of people are here tonight are here to speak about the homeless issue. So I will hand the mic over to our city manager.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. We've had a general discussion about some authority that the city does have with regards to closure of parks. And we've had that discussion, and we're making a decision that, as you're aware, there's been some things that have been going in the parks that dealing with conduct, time, place, and manner issues. We also have discussed and we have scheduled for the June 21st meeting some code changes associated with time, place, and manner. Considering the recent homicide and the increased incidents of risk to public health and safety in Riverside Park, the City of Grants Pass will close Riverside Park to all members of the public for approximately 1 month. Boatnik will continue as scheduled, and after Boatnik, for the next 3 weeks, the park will be closed. We'll do some environmental hazard cleanup, and we will close it to all patrons. This will provide an opportunity for us to spruce up the parks, and also provide an opportunity for council to adopt some new conduct, time, place, and manner regulations that will go into effect through an emergency clause June 21st. The park will then be reopened June 22nd with the new code changes, which will provide an opportunity for our public safety department and others to do time, place, and manner enforcement and conduct issues associated with the parks to provide for a better user experience.
Any questions, council, before we open public comment? DJ?
How's that implemented and managed, and what's the date of implementation suggested?
Sure. So technically, we're giving notice right now, and the chief can step in whenever he'd like. Right now, we're giving notice that the park needs to be cleared because of Boatnik, and we lease the park for a week. And that lease is up and May 31st, basically. May 31st is when the city's closure will actually take place until the end of June 21st. So we are providing notices to all individuals that are resting in the parks right now. We will put out a huge amount of public information, press releases, and we will provide that information. We're going to be posting notices in the parks also, and we will have those signs throughout the borders of the park to provide everyone notice that the park will be closed during those 3 weeks after Boatnik for us to do environmental cleanup and for us to prepare our new time, place, and manner codes.
Chief, did you want to jump in?
The only addition I would give, Counselor, and to the community, we've already began the notice process for Boatnik as usual, and I believe my team told me that Monday night, Tuesday morning, the parks will be completely vacated. I think Tuesday it will be completely vacated.
This is not a decision that is made lightly, but it is something that we believe is important to maintain the health, safety, and welfare of all park users.
Other questions? Chief, can you give us an update on increased patrol since the incident last weekend?
Mayor, could you ask me that question again? I'm sorry.
Just could you give us an update on increased patrol since last weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also important to actually go back a little bit and also to share with council and the community that there's not a decision that we make that is in a vacuum. And we've been acutely aware of what's been going on in our community, especially in our parks, for quite some time right now. And even going back to when I first arrived here in 2019, prior to these issues even happening, we had our hands full, quite full in fact. And now we're operating actually on less people with a greater need. All of that to say, my team know what the expectation is. We have changed the mission of our community response team, which is manned by 2 full-time police officers. We are trying to increase that to 3. We only have so many people that we have employed to do that, so I hope to get somebody in addition to those two, onto that community response team soon. I've also asked the team, built with men and women from this community who adore this community, to spend discretionary time in our parks. I don't think the majority of people here are in the parks at 3 a.m., but you can be sure if my team have available time in the wee hours of the morning, they're walking through, and if they're contacting people that aren't resting, they're conversing with each other, and we're sharing what the rules of the injunction are. We've had our hands full, as you can imagine, over the years, over the weeks, over the months, and we've been doing everything we absolutely can do to keep Grants Pass safe. And while I have the mic, if anybody in this community would like to speak to me one-on-one, I'm a 24/7 guy. I would more than welcome a chat across the street anytime.
We understand that many of you may be frustrated, and we know you're frustrated, and you may be frustrated with the potential temporary closure of the park. However, we do need to address immediate risk and public safety, and that's why we're taking this action.
Thank you both for the update. I'm going to open public comment, and I want to remind everybody that it's not a back and forth conversation, so you can ask questions, and then the council will have an opportunity after public comment is over, that if any of those questions are something that they wanted to address with our staff, that we will do that. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on items not related to a public hearing or council action item before the council. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. At the conclusion of public comment, council will have an opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members are allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have a question regarding any government-provided service or a current city policy, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt to resolve the matter. And again, when you all start by stating your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city limits. The yellow light means that you have 30 seconds left, and then the red light means your time is up. And I would appreciate you queuing up. I'll call 2 names at a time so you can be ready, and we'll try to move this along as quickly as possible because I know there are a lot of people here who would like to speak. And our first is Jace Daggett, and then Victoria Marshall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Jace Daggett, Grants Pass resident, property tax payer, and water rate payer. In regards to public safety funding, I was driven to come tonight because of a sentiment I've heard from some council members that a failure to fund public safety should be met with a retaliation to reduce service levels to teach us a lesson. I just wanted to caution against that line of thinking as we are going through an outrageous inflationary period. Anecdotally, our household has been given the ultimatum of either increasing our grocery budget 20% or to find lower quality alternatives. We don't have an extra mouth to feed, that's just how the market is. The same is true for everyone else out here. The difference between them and me is that I'm driven to keep up with every council workshop and public hearing, and I even tuned into the full budget committee meeting last night. I'm aware of how dire our city's funding is, but the general public likely is not. While their grocery bills are going up, they still have an expectation that police and fire will come to their emergency when they call 911. So to teach us a lesson by reducing service levels is actually a punishment of our ignorance while we're doing our best to stay afloat during these trying times. We can't enter fiscal year 2025 with a reduction of service, full stop. And it's because of this that I urge you to move forward with implementing a rate on our water bill. This is something that we literally cannot afford to deal with at the speed of government. I want to propose that you get the ball rolling on the water rate before the vote on the levy this fall. Please consider the following. Approve a water rate as soon as possible. Set it to go into effect at the beginning of 2024 with an initial rate that covers the gap, assuming the levy will pass. Then, allow yourselves the ability to adjust the rate if that gap increases. Finally, set yourself a date in December or soon after to reassess that gap in public safety funding and to adjust the rate accordingly. This will allow you to guarantee funding via a smaller rate now, but allow for an increased rate should the levy fall through. I am aware that you have an upcoming deadline to draft your language for the levy's explanatory statement. If you like this adjustable rate idea, it may be prudent to use that statement to explain how the upcoming rate could change. It could be very valuable to present the total yearly cost to the median household per year for either a hybrid of levy plus water rate or just the water rate. Either way, it's time to rip that Band-Aid off, and this is a good way to have the public decide how they want to get done without wasting time. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you. I'm going to have Victoria Marshall, then Sarah Witt, and if any of you didn't fill out blue forms and you'd like to speak at the end, you'll have an opportunity. Victoria, then Sarah.
Grant money always runs out, and the taxpayers are always forced to pay the cost thereafter. Homelessness is no different than the climate hustle. Government has turned homelessness into big business. Why? It's huge contracts and big salaries. It's the same old thing, money and power. The money is yours, the power is theirs to wield over you. I can give you many examples of how that's been true in our city recently, but instead of doing that tonight with my time, I'm going to offer two sources. One to illustrate this is true, and one that gets to the psychology behind it. This is from Susan Dyer Reynolds, April 11, 2022, from her Substack. San Francisco homelessness budget. The department's budget was $364 million, an 80% increase since its inception in 2016. And the results, the number of people without permanent housing grew by 30% from 2017, from 9,784 according to the last count in 2019. The woman who helped to create all the do-gooders, McDonald, who helped create MAD, after her daughter became an addict in the Tenderloin neighborhood, compiled some damning figures. Between January and March of 2022, just 18 of the 23,367 visitors to the site that they had been referred, and this is big money contract, I'm telling you, it's grants, later you get to pay for it, for medical or substance abuse treatment. That was 18 of the 23,000. That's 0.7% of the people who visited the linkage center. The reason why I'm going to skip this paragraph, it's huge, it's enormous money, and you are paying for it. The psychology behind this, this is from a guest post from Barry Weiss, Substack, Lisa Celine Davis. These people are leftists, by the way. The people I'm citing tonight. We have documented the takeover of American medicine, the law. We have exposed how many of our schools are indoctrinating children. You heard that here tonight. Rather than educating them, we have reported on legacy news organizations that put politics ahead of public and purport that they serve today. But they've taken over the psychology. The psychology departments are training the people who become counselors to, and I'm going to have to really cut this short, but if anybody's interested, I can give you these sources. The people who are becoming counselors now are saying they couldn't treat a Trump supporter. They are dehumanizing the population because they believe in their cause. And so there's more on the psychology behind that, but I've run out of time. I thank you for your time.
Okay, you forgot to let us know. Do you live in the city?
I did before when I spoke.
Okay.
I live in the city.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Witt and then Diane Stark. Okay, how about Diane Stark? Oh, can you come over to this podium?
I will. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, do I press something?
No,
I
you're
guess I'm
fine.
there.
You can just talk.
Actually, it's Diane Pistoli, and I live here in the city for 23 years, right across from the park. And I don't know what I'm allowed to say. We can't go over there anymore and walk, and we're so old we can't go anywhere else. And we moved here because of the beauty and the ocean, the river, the park. And so I just wish there was something we could do for everybody, you know. So that there's a lot of single people on our street and around the corner from us. And the women are just scared to death when something happens like the shooting, you know. We're going to call right away, and it's like we're just so scared, you know. And it shouldn't be that way. Anyway, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Diane. I'll remind the audience, please no outbursts of applause. Amy Robinson and then George Bach. I mean, we're trying to conduct a business meeting. We need to move on quickly, okay? Is Amy Robinson here? George Bach. All right, Sharon Shoesmith and I have another one for Diane. George is coming, okay. Diane Witt will be after George.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I do not live in the city, but I live in the county and have lived in the county for many years. And what I'm seeing with this council and what's happening in the city is atrocious. I know a lot of people, name them off, 170 people that lived in the city that supported lots of things. The All Sports Park, buildings all around the community. And they would be ashamed of what has happened to the park. People come here for the park. You can look in information about jet boat racing, and you're going to find out something about Grants Pass. And it is needs to get something done. I'm sorry for the people that are having to live out there, but there's no excuse for them destroying the park. And what you're doing is helping them destroy the park. And if you don't straighten out, Grants Pass will be a terrible shape. Thank you.
Diane Witt and Sharon Shoesmith.
My name is Diane Witt, and I'm a resident of Grants Pass. And I'm sure you're tired of hearing about everything at the park, but we have gotten robbed so many times. We live on Merrily Road that's on a dead end. So they wander down there frequently. We've catch them during the day, peering around our carport and looking at things. Two of my grandsons have gotten their bikes stolen from my home. And one of the bikes even had a chain through the wheels, so they picked it up and took it with them. And I'm a widow now, so it's kind of scary to be in my home alone with them wandering in and out down that road. And we bought this home because of the beauty of the park 22 years ago. And back then, we didn't even have to lock our doors because we had such a great, safe neighborhood. And it's just a heartbreak that nothing's being done. And these people can do what they do. Can't take our grandkids to the park because of the feces and the needles all the way down there. And it's just a sad time in Grants Pass when it's taxpayers paying taxes and we can't enjoy the parks that we're paying for. And that's it. Thank you.
Is Sharon here? Sharon Shoesmith, Jeanette Clement, and then Steve Schooler. I have Jeanette Clement and Steve Schooler. All right. Sandy Rourke, then David Dapper. Oh, sir, if we could have everybody stay in the back part of the room, there's a way around the back.
Good evening. My name is Steve Schooler. I'm from Grants Pass in here. I would like to share my investment experiences in the town of Grants Pass since my arrival. I immediately paid my property taxes starting in the summer of 2012. I've never missed a property tax payment since then. I live in the Rogue River. It's my backyard, 6 houses south of Baker Park. Ever since my arrival, transients began starting to inhabit the brush area on the back side of the fire and police station, which is on the opposite side of the river from my home, which I see them every day. At first, there would be some occasional visitors that would stay for a few days, and they would move on, no problem, out of sight, out of mind. Every year, things would get dirtier, louder, and exhibit open drug reuse along with open river bathing and clothes washing in the river. Now, the Baker Park area is filled with an average of 25 tents at all times and multiple cars in the parking lot that don't appear to be boaters. It's now dirtier, louder, and more open drug use than ever before. I keep my home and my neighborhood clean, quiet, and do my best to protect it, and try to be an asset to the community. The City of Grants Pass raises my property taxes every year and reminds me that I will pay a penalty if I don't pay them on time. Since I feel that I have been an asset to Grants Pass as an investor in the community, and I don't believe that it has done very well at returning that investment to me, to my family, and to others. Right now, the real estate brokers won't even list my home for sale due to the fact that I'm being close to Baker Park. Now, trash heaps, open drug use, needles everywhere, excessive noise, arguing, fights, multiple propane tank explosions with a death that was a result of one of those, and now a murder in Riverside Park. I find that possibly firing my investment brokers would help us. Then I suggest that I, along with others, postpone their future property tax payments until we get some type of return on our Grants Pass investment. Thank you.
Is Sandy Rourke here? And then David Dapper.
Hello, my name is Sandy Rourke. I am a resident of Grants Pass. Thank you for the decision that you're making to be closing the parks for a little bit. That's nice. But one of the things I wanted to speak about is yesterday, my aunt and I tried to go to the park yesterday to go with families who were playing games in the family park. As we went there, there were so many tents, they could barely even set up their little, their games, to play the games. It was incredible. One guy was flipping knives in his fingers, flipping around as he walked around there. When the ladies also got there, another lady, homeless lady there, tried to approach them, tried to fight them all. She had to be called, the police were called on her. And then she tried to fight one of the police officers, so she was arrested. But my question also is, if we can't even now, today, barely do a little game, I can't think of what it's called right now, but the little game, what are you gonna do with Boatneck? There's tents everywhere. I don't understand how you're gonna have people come in and do Boatneck. Are you gonna move them out of the park before then, or? Okay, okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and I did notice too, I also read too, that Medford actually made it past where they can have the people moved immediately, but that makes me worry because people from Medford are gonna come more to Grants Pass. And I already see that, and that makes me very worried. And when you kick them out of the park, which is gonna be kicking out for about 3 weeks, what's gonna happen with them then? They're gonna be on the streets, they're gonna be other places, there's gonna be more theft. What happens then? Those are my questions. Thank you.
David Dapper, and then Virginia Kramer. Virginia Kramer after David.
Hi, my name is David Dapper. I'm a resident of the city of Grants Pass. And I'm glad that we're going to have parklets and a nice new welcome center to people to shoot up and live in. 200,000 of that money could have been returned to the general fund to help support our officers that we're getting rid of and making fire. Yes, it could. Councilors even stated. And 50 of that grand of that came from the general fund. That's 250. We would have closed the 280 deficit somewhat and give us fire and police support, safety, which we need more than ever now. And Tussing Park was originally built as a southern entrance to All Sports Park. So it should be united with it as a part of it, and that would extend that ban to there. And Tussing Park needs cleaned up right now bad. It's the same thing, feces, they're animals. They go to the bathroom, right, there's a porta potty they won't use, they just go right where they're at. All the time we see it. You know, junkies, there are very few true homeless people out there. Most of them we see every day, we watch them, they're just drug addicts. Why don't you get a job? Because I don't have to. People bring me food and needles. That's a quote. So, the Medford thing isn't against the injunction. The Medford thing is just again a way to deal with the 72-hour thing that our great Governor Coop gave us. And we need to be aggressive about getting around this so we can have our parks back, because we pay for them. And what's that taxation without representation thing we heard when we were in school? That's what we're getting in our parks. And I think it's time, we have a group that meets every other Sunday. It'll be this Sunday at 1 o'clock at Tussing Park. And come up with your ideas about taking back the park. And all the ideas are good. And let's make them feel uncomfortable. Let's show up and make them feel uncomfortable. And let's take back our parks. Because they're our parks, our city's parks, our children's parks. Not for drug addicts and sex offenders. And maybe take some of that welcome center money and get us a few more police because they're not so strung so thin. Because they're doing all they can do. They just need the ability to do it and people to do it with. So let's take back our parks.
Virginia Kramer and Holly Martin. And I want to remind the audience, we don't appreciate the outbursts of applause. It's disrespectful to the council. I think if you want the council's attention, you'll obey the rules. Virginia. Now you're disrespecting your fellow citizen. Please continue, Virginia.
Hi, my name is Virginia Kramer. I don't live in the city limits at this point. We moved up here in the mid-'70s, and I raised my kids here. And like most of the people in here, I'm grieving the loss of our parks for our families. And I appreciate what our manager and the council is going to be doing regarding closing the parks to get a handle on it. However, I'm a little concerned that that's going to be one park. I think we're probably just going to be moving the problem to other parks. I think there's a lot of things that maybe we could be looking at. I keep hearing, like on social media, the wealth of all good information, right? Do we do a homeless shelter, low barrier homeless shelter, or do we not? I think we all agree that what we're doing is not working. We need to do something. So what is that something? It seems like there's a lot of issues that other cities are doing. We can look at what Seattle and Portland and Medford, San Francisco, LA are all doing, and what they're doing is not working. So can we find some cities around, there have to be some, that are doing something that's working? There's some good information. There's a book called Switch on Making Changes, which is an excellent book. I recommend it to everybody. And they talk about looking for the bright spot. So let's find what communities have tackled the same problems that we're looking at, and they're getting good results. And let's look at those, find those, and emulate those. Let's not go and do the low barrier homeless shelter that is creating more of an issue in most communities. So let's find what works, do that, ignore what doesn't work. I mean, I used to teach my kids, either you be a good example or a horrible warning. Well, we need to make those same decisions. And I just encourage us to look for the right solutions so we can take the parks back. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to remind everybody again, we need to follow the decorum of the council, okay? That's important. And we want to be able to hear you all speak, but if you don't follow the rules, I will declare a recess and I'll clear everybody out of the room, okay? And I don't want to have to do that, but I do want you to follow the rules. Holly, and then we're going to have James Ciano.
Holly Morton. I live in the county, own and work in the city. First of all, I love the idea that you're going to clean up the park, get everybody out of there, and keep it closed for a little while. I think that's exactly the right track. Wish it would have happened a couple years ago, but that said, thank you so much for doing that now. Another thing I'd like to do is acknowledge law enforcement in our community. It's a very precious resource that we have, and we need to respect and appreciate that. The word sustainability keeps coming up, and I think the most sustainable thing I'm seeing in our environment is drug addiction and alcoholism. You know, you start out with drug addiction, and the next thing you know, you've got poverty because it's a very expensive habit, and the next thing you have is probably homelessness, and the next thing you have is illness, mental illness, physical illness, and because it's such an expensive problem, then you have theft. But it seems like the one common denominator in so many of these problems is the drug addiction. And we keep hearing, well, if we had a shelter, if we could just stick them all in one building, you know, everything would be just fine. We'll stick them in there, everything will be fine. First of all, you can't force them into a building. And second of all, they don't make the best roommates of all time, as we just found out recently with the murder in the park. I mean, these folks are not even that much fun to themselves, let alone to other people with similar mental and physical problems like they have. So let's just, you know, the shelter is just a crummy idea. And what it does is it creates a sustainability of this problem. We've got to solve the drug problem right away. And we have 80 agencies or something like that that are all working to solve the problem. And I think the ultimate irony is they provide needles to these people so that they can be safe and free from harm. So then we have our people riding through the parks on their bike with their little kids in the park, stepping on needles, tripping over drug paraphernalia, stepping in all manner of hideous stuff. You know, we need to recognize that drug addiction is at the root of the problem. It's the common denominator of all the problems we have. Let's just focus on that. You know, maybe talk about the behaviors of these people if they do things that are criminal and you know, give our police officers the authority to lock them up, get them off of our streets, protect our citizens, and even protect them, because they're not going to take care of themselves on their own. We have to stop their addiction dead in the tracks.
James Ciano, and then Mike Pelfrey. Mike, you can go first. I don't know if James is here, but Mike?
I can take both. Can I get the 6 minutes?
No.
Because I could use it. First of all, I hope, my name is Mike Pelfrey, I am a city resident, And I pray that you are listening. And I mean really listening to we the people. Because we the people, as my shirt says, are pissed. And the reason we're pissed is because you have failed we the people. And when I say you have failed us, if we would have allowed you to have your way, we would have homeless people hanging out at the old Elks Lodge. So not only would we have people living in our parks that are emitting whatever you can imagine into our river and our air, our soil, but we would also have these people in our downtown if we had let you have your way. Guess what? We will not let you have your way. We will have our way. And at the end of the day, we are going to fix this problem whether you like it or not. The park belongs to us. Last time I checked, it was a taxpayer-funded park, right? So, the problem I have is that you guys have put so much icing on this problem. You tried to sugarcoat it when you tried to squeeze in some of these urban campgrounds. You wanted to make us feel that it was going to solve all of our problems. We know that that was crap. You were not being truthful to us. You were telling us that if we just put a homeless campground in here, guess what? The parks will be free. No, they're not. The parks are going to remain a cesspool in the same manner that you've created. Someone brought up about the military-industrial complex. What you have done in the city of Grants Pass is you have created what I would call a homeless industrial complex. We've got all these organizations that have their hand out looking for money. But you know what I've noticed? I've not seen one reduction in tents. Not one. We've got all these groups out here that have money that you've given, you've allocated all these dollars, and what have they done? I don't see any reduction in homelessness. I don't see any reduction in any of that. Now we've got a park where we have murders and ODs that are just, it's like it's normal behavior. You are literally allowing our parks to become a den of crime. And that is not the way a park was designed. A park was designed so that kids like this family could take their kids and play. But instead, what you're doing is you're putting a Band-Aid on something and it needs a damn tourniquet. Thank you.
Is James here? Okay, next is Mike Slotemaker and then Lisa O'Nines.
Good evening, my name is Mike Slotemaker. I'm a resident of Grants Pass, and I'm probably going to take this down a notch. I thank you, Steve. He lives 6 houses downstream from Baker Park. We are the very first house upstream from Baker Park. The wooded area he talks about, that's our 3 acres. It's where somebody did die in a propane fire a year and a half ago. We had an explosion a couple of weeks ago. That stuff wakes us up. But the challenge we have is we had a lot of people who were camping in there. And in mid-February, I came to the council and I said, we have a problem. It's getting worse and it's escalating, and it has been since Thanksgiving. And thank you to the leadership. Several came over to our house. They looked at the problem firsthand, and they came up with ideas, and I listened. And after 3 months of working with the police and going down every weekend, we're about halfway through getting it cleaned up of the stuff, but the people are all gone. So last weekend I was down there, and this was one campsite. This is my little handout. When we talk about needles and we talk about the syringes, one campsite had 32 of them. I picked them up because that's what I do. I didn't bring the urine-soaked sleeping bag for a prop tonight. I didn't want to do that, or the feces. I cleaned that up too. The reason why is because a member of this council said, what is all that garbage going to do to the environment and the wildlife? And here's what's interesting. I'm about as conservative as they come. Don't label me. But I'm that middle-of-the-road guy. And I had hauled out to the property line about 3 dumpsters worth of garbage. And it was really bad, and it reeked. And I reached out to someone that's here tonight that is about as liberal as you can get opposite of me, and we came together. And what's interesting is when there's peace, there becomes Thanksgiving. And I actually sat down and had a very pleasurable walk with somebody that's here, and we walked through the woods, and we just enjoyed the beauty of the creation that we've been sitting on our porch enjoying every night. We have the deer back. We have the critters back. And I know that's great for me and my little 3 acres, but it's steps. This is a process, folks. We can't come to Wednesday night and bark at the council and expect you to have it fixed by Friday. That's just not the way it works. And I also want to just call out as I'm finishing, this is not just a park problem. We have a human depravity problem. This is my prop from 7 o'clock this morning as I was coming to work, and we've got some guy walking along 7th Street, and he's not wearing pants. And my first thought was, is it no pants Wednesday and I've got to go home and change? And that's just my dark humor way of sitting here and just saying, wow, we got a problem. So my encouragement to this council, you've got to take the long term. I have had discussions here that would blow people's minds if they knew the feedback I was getting, and we're really not that far off. So keep doing what you're doing. It's a process. Thank you.
Lisa O'Nines and then Tina Hughes. Tina?
Sorry. I was supposed to be after somebody.
My name is Tina Hughes. I've been a community member of Grants Pass since 1989. We are all aware of the large groups of unhoused residences in the city of Grants Pass. The shelter on Ramsey Avenue is only able to accommodate 24 or so people. The Navigation Center is still in the early stages of planning. For the moment, there is no place or program to shelter those forced to live outside. I would like to propose Sheriff Square, which would free up the parks for their intended use and enjoyment by all. This would be a temporary solution until the Navigation Center is available. Sheriff Square would provide for the basic needs of the unhoused, which are shelter, stability, hygiene, support, and monitoring for the safety of all. When the Navigation Center becomes a reality, Sheriff Square citizens will be able to transition into the additional services of the Navigation Center. The unhoused are currently sleeping in Baker, Tussing, Morrison, Riverside, and other city parks. One or more of these parks would provide a designated area or areas for this temporary solution. Each designated area would provide a camping area for 5 to 7 individuals. Each individual would be assigned a 12 by 12 square, which they would be assigned and responsible for. The camping tents would be permitted to remain as long as the program needs to exist. Participants, volunteers, police, and local agencies will work together monitoring the designated areas on a regular basis. Existing faith-based and local social service agencies, police, along with established community members, have already created or are creating relationships with the unhoused. These relationships and support help address individuals' deep issues, which are oftentimes the root of their problems. There would be an application and interview process for each person wishing to participate in the program. Each participant would sign an agreement which would detail responsibilities while participating in Sheriff Square. Those monitoring will refer serious problems to appropriate authorities. The benefits of this could be huge for our community. The way this issue is dealt with is a reflection on all of us as a community. Providing portable toilets, washing stations, and trash removal will make for a more attractive and healthier environment for all. The community at large, housed and unhoused, are at risk of being victims of crime. The unhoused with no place to hide. Let's provide safety for all. It makes sense that Sheriff Square will contribute to improving the overall living environment for all residences of Grants Pass. Love God and love your neighbor. Thank you.
Joseph Rice and then Judy Ano.
Good evening, Joseph Rice in Grants Pass. I'm sorry, you guys own this. This problem, this crisis, is because of your poor action and your poor policy. Chief Hensman, good kudos to you. Your staff and what you have to deal with out here in Grants Pass on a daily basis, I applaud you, because you are the one that's bearing the front line. You're on the front line, and your officers are dealing with overdoses, administering Narcan, but they can't administer Epi for those that have allergies. But this council, you're closing the parks. Well done. It only took a murder for you to do something and take action. You're just sitting up here asleep. You're ignoring it like it's going to go away. Look behind me. This is what law-abiding looks like. You get what you tolerate, and you should take very careful concern to the attitude of the people in this chamber. Their tolerance has reached their limit. So your inaction does not mean something will not happen. Eventually, you'll tip the scale, and the people inside this room and outside the room will take matters into their own hand. And that is because of your inaction and your inability to stand up and do what should be done and what's right. What have we lost economically? No more concerts in the park. No more back to the 50s car show. Because why? Those organizations feel the parks are too dangerous. The one rule of government is protection of the citizen. And you guys can't even get that right? Do you understand that they're going in the bathrooms and they're taking the needles and they're stabbing them in the side of the toilet paper rolls? And they're leaving God knows what in those toilet paper rolls that children are now using. Did you understand or know that? That's on you. You own that. You don't get off scot-free. It's not like majority here. Those are individual responsibilities. We have a mental health crisis. The state of Oregon will go to a senior's house, and if they feel they have dementia, they'll take them into protective custody. We also have a mental health crisis with the drug addicted. Where are those resources being used or expended to take them into protective custody to protect the citizens around here? On Monday, my wife was downtown picking up dinner, and one of the transits, the homeless, approached her, and thank God her door was locked and she had an avenue to escape. That's what's walking the streets of Grants Pass. This is what you are allowing to happen. Move them to the water treatment park. You're staging boat neck equipment there. Put the homeless there. Thank you.
Judy Ano and then Julie Hartford.
I'm Judy Ano with Am Grants Pass, and we have a long way to go in solving problems, and there are many different things that we need to consider and pursue. We all want to see some progress. I will say I'm very excited to see the recent trash pickup project that Christine with Angels is managing. She's making a difference in the community, including giving encouragement, hope, and reward to the homeless who are doing much of the work, and I'm very grateful for her effort. I would encourage you, I believe it's coming up in one of your workshops, but looking at the on-house vehicle program and taking a look at what's possible there. This could very much help the people who need a short-term solution on their journey to be housed, and also our streets will be safer. I want to say I really appreciate Sarah Bristol for her efforts to seek our various solutions to the homeless problem. I've heard that there's a recall going. She's always been trying to solve the problems, not causing more problems. And I did check with the county. People talk about how much it costs to do things. I did check with the county clerk today, and she told me it's a rough estimate, but if you did a recall, because it would be a special election, it would cost over $30,000, so $30,000 to $34,000.
Not bad at all.
Okay. So the city is trying, also the city is trying to work with the county, and they're accused that they're not. The county doesn't want to work with the city, and if they had declared a state of emergency, we would have money to work towards solving some of these problems. Whereas Medford has, I don't know what, $10 million or something like that, so.
Julie Hartford, then Rochelle Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm Julie Hartford, and I live here in the city of Grants Pass. There are several of us here who are with the group PATH. PATH is a group of volunteers who are advocating for positive solutions to the homeless crisis in Josephine County. Additionally, we volunteer with programs that are making a positive difference. I would like to encourage those who are here tonight to be respectful. Those who are seated on the dais want to solve the homeless crisis just as much as anyone here in this room. To throw insults at them only shows a lack of understanding. The city is dealing with an injunction. There are those who think city leaders should ignore the injunction. Apparently, those who think that don't know what an injunction is. They've given no thought to the legal and financial consequences that ignoring the injunction would have on the city. Additionally, I would like to encourage those who are here tonight to speak respectfully of those who are houseless. In Josephine County, affording a home or rent, in addition to having a car to get to and from work and a cell phone to facilitate the requirements of most jobs, along with food and medical care, is unaffordable. There aren't many jobs available that pay enough so a person could live independently without help. That's just the reality of the economics here. There are hardworking people who are unhoused. They would love to pay rent. Those of us who can afford rent and a car and a cell phone should count ourselves among the lucky. We know that a vast majority of those who are living in our parks are dealing with addiction. Most of us don't understand addiction. If you haven't had to deal with chronic pain or a debilitating medical issue or post-traumatic stress or mental health issues, you're lucky. But if you have, then maybe you'd understand why a person might turn to drugs or alcohol. There are so many reasons why a person might find themselves unhoused, and I'm not going to pretend like there are not people out there who choose to live that lifestyle and who will not change. But there are so many who need a chance, an opportunity, a good night's sleep without having to worry about their safety, or having the few possessions that they can carry with them stolen, or a well-balanced meal, or a warm shower, or a clean toilet. I'm asking for people to just consider and be empathetic with other people's situations, and maybe just do one thing that might help them. Give a hand up, not a hand out. There are so many people that were previously unhoused that today are living independently. Don't let anger and fear lump all of the unhoused into one category and make them feel unredeemable. Thank you.
Rochelle, and then Matt Morsa. And please.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Hamilton. I'm
Do you
a
live in
local.
the city?
I was born and raised here. What?
Do you live in the city?
I was born and raised here in Josephine County, right in the hospital that was torn down just a few years ago. I'm not really here to gripe at y'all too much. I know you guys are doing as much as you can. I think I've spoke to you a few times. I am disappointed, though. I moved away for quite some time after I was 18 years old. Went to Florida, Alabama, Oklahoma, several other states. I come back here and I'm disgusted by what I'm seeing of my hometown. I brought my little girl here so that we could raise her in what I was raised in, so that we could help take care of my family and so she could be raised around my family. I just can't understand why not one thing has been done as far as the homeless community in our parks or out in our wilderness, as I hunt and fish too, and I am just seeing trash out there in the woods, deep in the woods, just piled up out there. I see security on our streets. I live over there by Midland, by the Ogle Park, and I see them all the time policing the streets. Why are they not in our parks? I'm not understanding that one. It seems about the same to me. And you'll have to excuse me, I'm a little shaken. I didn't really have too much time to prepare. My brother is one of those that chose this lifestyle to live in the parks, where the vast majority are, in fact, drug users, as much as a lot of them want to say that they're homeless and just down on their luck. That's not the case. I live with this every single day, and so does my family. And we have to deal with them coming to our house looking for my brother. We have to go to the parks looking for my brother. And it's a constant thing that we see. We see them passing off drugs. We see them doing drugs on the playground in front of children. We see them passing children off to other strangers so that they can watch them so that they can go back and do drugs. This is something that we see all the time, and I know the police department has their hands full. I suggest putting security in our parks for the time being, just as a stepping stone till we figure out something more permanent, at the very least. I don't know what else to say right now. I could take up a lot more time, but I'll end it with that.
Thank you. Matt Morsa, and then Thelma Locke. And please remember to state whether or not you live in the city.
Matt Morsa, County. So Saturday I go to Home Depot to buy stuff to fix things around my house, and an illegal alien approaches me, good-looking young guy, reminded me a little of myself once, and he had a dolly with a stack of strawberry flats and a couple of bananas, and he offered to sell them to me. Now I know he was illegal because I speak enough Spanish to ask him. We had a conversation. He didn't have a business license. He did confirm that. He did confirm he was here illegally. I don't know that he wasn't working at the point of a gun. As you well know, we've imported human slaves now. After having a war, it seems like a waste. But we have hundreds of thousands, not millions of people working at the point of a gun, or their families are at the point of a gun. So I don't know if that's the case. But something jumped out at me. I got a smile on my face and I thought, here's a guy, not from here, came here illegally, and he's pounding the pavement trying to make an honest day's living. And then a couple of miles away, there are people who were born and raised here who can't find their way out of the park or ask for help or get themselves locked up or committed to solve their problem. I have to tell you, I appreciate this young man. I looked at him, he was nicely dressed, nice pair of jeans, sneakers, and a shirt, and I thought, this is really what we need. I don't know why these people can't get to that. We should help them if we can. My next comment is a suggestion. I would like to start a cornhole league. It is big time. They offer college scholarships now. They have leagues nationally. I think it's even international. And it's a super fun game. I discovered it this last summer. And I would like to get together with a group of people, maybe in here, maybe outside, and find out who wants to form this league. And then I would like to find out about leasing our parks every weekend when the weather gets nice, all the way through to the fall, for tournaments. And you like that idea? Cornhole? Okay. And then we could lease for $50 or $100, lease the parks and go in and hold our tournaments. Maybe even have people coming here from Roseburg, maybe even from Eugene, Portland, Klamath Falls. It's a big time game. So if people out there are interested, I say we form a league and talk to the city about renting these parks, leasing them out for our tournaments on the weekends. Thank you.
Thelma Locke, and then Kevin Gambucci.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna muddle through this. Hi, my name is Thelma Christine Locke, and I do live in the city of Grants Pass. I am the director of Angels from the Community for the Community. Our current project aims at community investment by partnering members of our houseless community with housed volunteers to clean up our parks. The intention of this park cleanup project is to provide an opportunity for this population to get involved in the betterment of our community by transforming the park back into a communal place that everyone can enjoy. Without a low barrier shelter available in our community, the burden falls to the city parks to provide for these basic needs of the indigent. Oh, my glasses are right there, excuse me. That's better. In the form of restrooms, sanitation, etc. This has overwhelmed a system that was not designed for meeting these needs. This has resulted in debris throughout the parks and gives a negative view of our at-risk population. Conversely, without safe shelters in place, the parks have become one of the few legal spaces where a person can rest. This can create friction between people recreating and those trying to maintain their basic needs. A healthy community supports all members to the betterment of the individual and the whole. The Angels The Angel program's investment in creating and navigating natural supports will encourage our most vulnerable population and directly increase the health of our whole community. In 2 weeks' time, Angels has successfully signed 7 unhoused volunteers and approximately 15 housed volunteers, community members, to begin cleaning up these parks as well as the downtown areas. We assess our volunteers' needs and find resources that lift those barriers. The more volunteer work they are able to do, the more we can do for them. We have already donated items such as shoes, clothing, groceries, tents, and more for their efforts. I am in hopes of finding some funding for this project to grow. There's a lot of interest within the unhoused community. The smiles on their faces after a long, hot shift of picking up garbage and other things tells me, you, and the whole world that opportunity saves lives. Thanks.
Kevin Gambucci, and then Paul Pornell.
Hi, I'm Kevin Gambucci. I live here in the city. So much has already been said to you guys. I just want to make a couple quick points. I think we need to make the distinction between the true homeless that is here and the 95% of the people that I call urban campers. They don't want help. They don't want fixed. They just want free handouts. And the more we give them, all these people here are all tax-paying people. We're all doing our part to pay our taxes, and they're just sitting there getting their handouts. The more you give them, the more they're going to want. We've got people coming from all over the place. Most of these people here probably aren't even from here. We need to focus on the true homeless, the people that need help, the people that want help. The people that don't want help, we got to stop helping them. Just get them to move on. It's your guys' job to come up, whatever that solution is, we've got to find out what that is and do that. You know, because the people here are sick and tired of it. We have to pay our taxes. We all have to fall in line. We have to obey the laws. But the people that choose not to, they get coddled and rewarded for that. That shouldn't be something that should be rewarded. I've worked hard my whole life. I came from being very poor to, you know, I made it now because I worked hard. It's not because I sat around looking for handouts. It's because I worked hard. There's no reason why anybody else can't do that. And if they need help, let's give them help. But handouts is not the way to do it. You know, if I didn't pay my taxes, they're going to take my house. These people here can do whatever they want. They can go to Walmart, Home Depot. I see people all the time. Every store I go to, there's somebody walking out the door with a cart full of groceries that I'm basically going to pay for because the groceries, everybody's complaining, the groceries are getting more and more. We're all paying for it. These people, they're like, oh, well, we can't stop them, can't do anything, just let them go. That's the attitude we have now. Just let this stuff go. Somebody, you know, let somebody else pay for it. The big corporations are going to pay for it. It's like, no, we're paying for all that. The corporations are just laughing. They're going to get money no matter what. We need this to stop. The people are, you hear them, they're upset. They want changes. By giving everybody a handout, it's not going to change anything. It's just going to make the people that are doing what they're supposed to be doing more angry. The people that don't want help, that want to be urban campers, let's find a spot for them. Let's, you know, have them go somewhere else. We don't need it here. That's about it. Thank you.
Paul Porner, and then Adelbert Alridge. Are you Paul?
My name is, excuse me, my name is Paul Porner. I live in the county, but we own property in the city, so we pay taxes with everybody else. I feel we're heading towards a third world situation in this park, in this city. And I know we have a national problem with homeless people. It's not just a local. And I feel it's a mental illness problem rather than a lack of housing. These people do not want to follow regulations. And I have a second concern. I feel that long term, we're going to see vigilantism develop again. And that's scary if we get the law out of our hands. I've spent Tuesday morning at the park. I saw two of the officers doing their job, and I feel sorry for them. They must accept a lot of abuse for doing their job. So please try to do this thoughtfully and do something constructively.
Adelbert? And then Mark Jones.
I go by Dell Aldridge. Been here 30 years, city resident, cable guy for 27. A couple of these were my customers after I retired, or since I retired. My father was a 20-year Navy man and then a 20-year sheriff's department, and I applaud your job. I rode my dad, and they don't pay you enough, I'm sorry. I know that for sure, because I rode my dad a couple times on these shifts. Everything's been said that's going to be said. You guys failed. All you guys failed. And lawsuit or no lawsuit, find a spot for them to go. I love what Ashland just did. Hey, take our city, our police department, grassy area. You have from 7 o'clock at night until 7 in the morning. You can put a tent and sleep there, and then you got to take the tent down. That gives them a place to go, right in front of the police department. It works. Now in Medford and Central Point, they spend a lot of time cleaning up their parks, a lot of money, but they're doing it. You've done nothing. Nothing. And on Sundays at 1 o'clock, it's not a vigilante group, I'm going to say that right now. It's a group of people that are trying to figure out what to do. And I'd like to talk to you one day and figure out how I can get involved with you, because I know your job is tough, and I'm sure you can use volunteers. Being retired, it will help. But Wednesdays, Riverside Park, right there, right around all the camps, we meet and we talk about things. And we may have a float, we do have a float in the parade to talk about this situation, the parks. Save our parks. Thank you.
Mark Jones, and then Nicole.
You don't have to pronounce it.
Starts with a P. Thank you.
Good evening. Mark Jones, county resident, but I spend a lot of time in the city. I was going to get up here and talk, obviously, about parks. A lot of people have already mentioned this, different things, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of things, but you have a lot of upset taxpayers, and taxpayers are paying taxes for the parks that they're not able to use because they're unsafe. And I do want to say thank you for going forward with shutting the parks down and trying to get in there with some hazmat suits and clean it all up. And thank you, Chief Hansman, for the work that you do down there when you're understaffed and underfunded. You do a good job with what you got. So I want to maybe suggest that we think outside the box for a minute. So it's been mentioned before to some people about privatizing the parks. And maybe that's the direction we need to go. Return the taxpayer money, since they're not able to use it right now. Sell the parks to a nonprofit or give them to a nonprofit to run. They could run the parks like the county runs the parks, with a day use fee, a yearly membership fee, and then it's a private park. It releases you from the injunction with a private park, I believe. And at that point, those that aren't paying to use the park have to leave the park. So maybe that's an option and something we need to think about. So privatize the parks. Thank you.
Nicole, and then Matt Gladstone.
My name is Nicole, and I live right across the street from Riverside Park. I spoke before you a few months ago, imploring you to address the crisis at the park. It's my front yard. Since then, my dog and I were attacked while walking on my lunch break by two unleashed dogs, one of whom knocked me over and attacked my head, luckily grabbing my hood and ripping it instead of my scalp. Most recently, a human life was taken by gunfire not 300 feet from my front door. I wonder if this loss of human life will be the instance that pushes City Council and the county to address the issue so many citizens have been concerned about. Had the shooter not been shooting towards the lower parking lot, but in the other direction, there was nothing preventing a stray bullet from entering my home or that of my neighbors who are expecting their first child. This is a crisis, not just for the safety of those who live around the park, but also for the safety and well-being of the most vulnerable and need in our community. I recognize that this is a complicated issue, but these are human beings. They are in desperate need of housing, treatment centers, and other resources. I'm a young professional who works here in the GP community and is pursuing my master's degree. I am the type of young person you want to attract and keep in this community. This most recent murder makes me want to sell my first home, a home I work hard for and was proud to have. Unfortunately, I don't even think I could sell my house after this most recent park occurrence. So I ask you specifically, Mr. Yonker, as my city council member who last time I was here voted against keeping the homeless crisis on the city council's strategy for the year, should I be calling you every time there's an occurrence in the park? I called the police after I was attacked, and they told me they couldn't come. I don't even know if animal control followed up about the incident. You stated that you're in the park constantly. What are you going to do as my elected official to address these issues? We need affordable housing, and we need governance in the park. I no longer feel safe just walking my 2 dogs, for the record, who are both above 80 pounds. Will it take the loss of a life whom the city deems valuable for change to happen? The Riverside Park residents and the human beings whose life was violently taken will never be the same. Even if that person was an addict or was a homeless person, they still have a family and people who love them. We failed them as a community, and the city council is failing us. Were any of your lives disrupted by the murder in the park? I had a cop parked at the end of my driveway for 36 hours with light flashing and crime scene tape typed to my mailbox. Tell me who I should be calling to address these issues in the park, because when we call the cops, they tell us that their hands are tied by the city council. I invite you to come and sit in my living room for a single day to observe the issues firsthand, but my intuition says you won't. There are no consequences or accountability for the people. They are emboldened because there's no repercussions for their behavior. What is going to be done immediately to keep the residents and families safe? The city has done nothing. I implore you to please do something.
Matt Gladstone, and then Patrick Sargent.
Hello, my name is Matt Gladstone. I've lived in Grants Pass for 13 years now. I'm a builder, and I'm working on the Child Advocacy Center, catty corner here. And I see stuff like that going on, and it's paid attention to. And unfortunately, this situation is not. Seems like it's kind of ignored. And I just want to relate and embark on how big this problem is. I have a wide variety of friends and family, and I happen to know a person that was in prison, and this is Wasco Prison in California, and the big talk there was how they need to go to Grants Pass because that's where they can use their dope. And I think that's terrible that this little town is known that well for those reasons. I'm a boater, and I love the Rogue River. I came here, and that river it saved me. Just the beauty of it just did a lot of things for me, and it's kept me really well. And I use the boat ramp down at Baker Park, or used to use it, probably twice a week. And I feel like I can't go down there any longer. I feel like not paying at any other boat ramps, honestly. But then that's not fair to the county. So I just want to say that this problem is really big, and at one hand I see some people care for the homeless, and I think that's a big issue, but the bigger one is us and the taxpayers here and everybody that's really trying to live in this town. And I don't understand why about 4 to 5 years ago, or even, about 4, this wasn't like a huge problem. I saw the same homeless people around that I always saw, and that wasn't a problem. I knew the guy kind of and now there's countless. And I just don't understand how it's gotten this far out of control. But I know that you guys are the council and in charge of the city, so it's on you to figure something out. I just hope that we can all come together with a good enough plan. I think that it is a long-term problem, but right now we're doing this thing, getting rid of them off of the weekend. The boat nit's coming up. Well, we need to do something right away to keep them kind of gone out of those parks too. So what about the place where they play disc golf over there? Nobody play disc golf there anymore. It's like shot out anyway, so why not just use that area? I don't know, I'm just trying to throw stuff out there, but unfortunately this is the way it is, and I really want to see a change. Thank you.
Patrick I think it's Patrick Sargent, and then Clarissa Boxwell. Anyone named Patrick? How about Clarissa? I see someone coming from inside. Oh, how about Brian O'Donnell? Sign-up sheet's not working too well, huh? Renee Seacrest Weeble. All right. Matt Reed. And Scott Hanna. Please state your name and let us know whether you live in the city.
Yeah, a little nervous, but Matt Reed, I'm a member of the city, pay my share of taxes. It is no accident that these people have chosen our best parks, beautiful spots to recreate and pitch tents. Probably the majority of the money that we get allocated for taxes goes right to these parks that I'm sure if you were local here that you all went and spent time with your parents and grandparents and my own kids, you know, we'd Sunday after church, pick up some food, go take it to the park, throw the rest of our crust at the birds. We're not doing that anymore. I don't know who is. My son worked right next to the river at the resort about 4 years ago. It's no different than, it just got exacerbated, it just got worse. Every morning before his shift started, well, start of the shift, he'd have to go down, clean up the parking lot, go down the ramp, clean up all the needles. My son had to clean those up with his bare hands. Disgusting filth. That didn't make me feel good, and seeing people shoot up as he's doing it, I'm disgusted. We have a sign over in the park. All American City. Do we want all America like this? Or are we just following suit to the big cities? We want to stay small. We want to stay beautiful. We want to stay conservative. Family values. A lot of people now are homeschooling their kids because of the filth they're getting taught and indoctrinating in schools. Their only chance for PE, physical education, outside and with other kids is in our parks. I don't see this as sustainable. It's not sustainable now. And when I said that it's not an accident that they're down there in our beautiful spots where we pay tax money to go, if we put a spot outside of town that wasn't, you know, river wasn't running through it, they wouldn't stay there, they would move on. Find a place out that's not so hospitable for them. They'll leave. Thank you.
Scott Hanna. Or did I call your name earlier? Are you Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Step on up.
Thank you.
Do you live in the city?
No, I do not. I live in Merlin.
Okay.
I've worked in Grants Pass for about 8 years or so at Big Five Sporting Goods. I've seen people come and go. Grants Pass is supposed to be a tourist town. If we don't have tourists, the town's going to crumble to dust. Major reason why there'll never be people here again is because of the parks. I'm not blaming you all because it's such a big, huge system of failures of everybody. Us, you, major government. It's sad. Like everybody says, we're all taxpayers. I'm not really happy having to pay X amount of money per year and not see stuff done. Again, I don't blame you guys. You're not the system. You're part of the system. And it's just aggravating. Nothing gets done. All of us. Some of us are soft on the subject. Some of us want to be hard on the subject. Is there a between? Possibly, but it's just aggravating. The poor death of the poor person in the park has lit the fire in Grants Pass for people to get angry. Why? You guys could have fixed the problem before this had happened. And it's just, again, aggravating. People are going to start doing more open carry, which will either make people turned off to come to Grants Pass, or it will call in the kind of people that you don't want here that will take care of the situation. And we don't want that to happen. We want peace and tranquility in Grants Pass. Like I said at the beginning, this is a tourist town. If we don't have tourists, there's no money, nothing will happen. All the small, tiny mom and pop stores will disappear. All the cool little tiny wagons now that are riding around serving awesome freaking food will all disappear. That will kill the small mom and pop community. That's what this city thrives on. You have a few major employers here. There are major stores in other cities I don't even need to mention. They're folding up shop because they have to put everything they own under plastic, lock and key. Do we want to see that in this town? We don't want to. We see it maybe for cigarettes and pharmaceuticals. Yeah, I can understand that. But basic items when you go to Dollar General are under plastic. That's not right. It's America. And we need to keep it clean. If not, we turn into a third world country and we'll be filthy as all get out. We don't want to roll around in our own squalor. Thank you for your time.
All right. I think we got through everybody that I had a card for, so if anybody else just wants to line up, we'll take you as you come.
My name is Brian Weldon. I live in the county on Lower River Road. I spoke here on the 3rd. I asked a lot of questions. I'll ask the same questions again. Why, with all the laws in the parks in this city, are none of them enforced? None. We in this group here in this building were to break some of the laws, we would be punished by our police officer. None of the homeless are punished whatsoever. If the parks are closed, like you were saying, Mr. Manager, then when they're open, are we going to go back to no laws? Murders, all the crime, every night? Why do we pay taxes if we can't use our park? Our park was built for our children. Now it's for the homeless? How much do the homeless pay in taxes? I went to the Public Health Department 2 weeks ago over this and demanded that they get DEQ to go out to Riverside Park, Tussing Park, and Baker Park and do a ground soil analysis, a test. I've talked to the commissioners, I've talked to the city now. I get nothing. These parks would be closed for 30 days if the ground was tested within 20 feet of any tent in these parks. It's obvious. Why isn't anybody testing the parks? They'd be closed for a month, a whole month. But no, we can't do that. Got to have a place for the homeless. We have, speaking of a place for the homeless, as people have spoken here, there's several acres by the water plant. They can live there indefinitely. And we can have all our parks back. Nice, clean, and safe. What's wrong with that idea? Why isn't that doable? Why is it Medford can solve this problem and Ashland in the last week can solve this problem, but Grants Pass can't? Businesses. I've talked to several businesses on 6th Street alone, and they're all sick and tired of this. Down by 7-Eleven, the homeless lay on the ground on the backside of 7-Eleven. Needles strewn everywhere. I live down Lower River Road. I go out in my backyard playing with my kids and a dog, and here's a heroin needle laying on the side of the river. Why can't we hold Max's mission accountable to what they're doing? Hundreds and hundreds of needles, just like he said at Baker Park, laying everywhere. Again, a lot of questions, but no answers.
All right, please step forward. Okay, we need to stop with the clapping. Please state your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city.
My name is Cassidy Williams, and I do live in the city. I'm a taxpayer too. I own a daycare, so I take care of a lot of kids, and I have for years. I'm young, I'm a single mom, I have beautiful kids, what I do. I love helping the community. I take care of children. I look out for them. I treat other people's children like they're my own, okay? First off, I wanted to say thank you to the police department for doing all you can with your hands tied. Seriously, no, thank you. You are doing all you can, and I can tell you have our backs, and it's sad. Raise your hand if you have children, and raise your hand if you have grandchildren. Raise your hands. Are you guys going to raise your hands? And there's probably more, okay? We are a family town. There's baseball in Riverside Park. The shooting was right down the street, right there. It could have hit a kid. That park was built for the children. You guys just dumped a ton of money to clean it up, make it nice. I remember when I was a kid, it was wooden play structures, and that was my favorite park. I never remembered junkies and homeless people. That was my favorite place. Now, I'm scared to bring my own children there because I'm scared they'll step on a heroin needle. I'm scared to go to the bathrooms as a single parent because what if there's a junkie in there? What happens? Our kids are not safe. Our children are not safe. Why are we filling the parks with junkies and homeless people and not our children? Why? We pay all this money. Boatnik can buy out the park. Why can't our tax-paying dollars pay to buy out the park? The Greyhound bus station is vacant. It's away from the residential area. Why don't we use that? Why don't we buy that? Why don't we use BLM away from residential properties? Why don't we do that? It's options. Go to the drawing board, do something. We have all of the community here to back us up, and we're giving you our money. I pay for irrigation every year, okay? I work my butt off, and that's just an extra bill. I don't even have access to irrigation. I would rather send that $250 a year to the parks. Why are we paying for this? It's just, I'm fed up. I have to protect our children, and I don't get into politics, but this has really upset me. And most of you aren't even looking when I'm talking, and it's sad. I wish you guys cared more. Thank you.
State your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city.
Hi, my name is Serena Holderman, and I am a resident.
Oh, we have a situation here.
Well, I'm from the parks, and what I can say is the parks.
Okay, sir. You have to wait your turn if you want to speak. These people are in line to speak. Hang on just a minute. Also, just while we have a pause here, you don't literally have to stand in the line. If you would like to sit down, some of you are going to be standing there for, 15 or 20 minutes. So if you'd like to take a seat, you can. All right, I think you're good to start over, please.
Okay. My name is Serena Holderman, and I am a resident of Grants Pass. I wasn't going to speak, but after that elderly woman came up and spoke about not feeling safe, it triggered me. My 90-year-old grandfather, who was a Marine veteran, combat veteran, was brutally murdered by a tweaker while he was sleeping in his bed. What these people are saying happens, and what they're fearful about, it happens. And it's something that you'll never understand until you go through it. Like, this needs to stop. There needs to be a plan. Send them to like a campground and let them have their own space where they can go over there and just be disgusting. I carry a gun when I take my son to the park. I go to Reinhardt Park because there's not as many tweakers. Maybe because it's private and they go to the corner. But I turn my stroller around and I stay away from the tweakers and I carry my gun and I'm always worried about one of them coming up to me. And I know for sure that I would take one out if it ever came up to me. And I don't want to be the next person on the news causing the next scene. And that's all I have to say.
Ward Warren, I didn't come here to make public comment tonight, but I came here for 2 public hearings, and one of them was bumped till later in the meeting. And I cannot not get up here and make public comment with what I'm hearing tonight and with the announcement that was made. I want everybody to realize that downtown is just as important as any park in this city. And it's loved by everyone here and by tourists. And when I heard the council a week or two ago talking about where to make budget cuts, we were going to cut CSOs, we're going to cut parking enforcement, we're going to cut cadets, I about popped a cork. That cannot happen. And now we're going to push these people out of the park, and where are they going to come? All you have to do is look at Portland and Seattle that have gone to hell and lost their downtowns. They're coming downtown. And we better not stop the patrols downtown. This downtown needs to be protected and preserved. These are some of the hardest working people in this town, and we pay through the nose to support this city. And you better damn well protect it. That's all I have to say.
Next.
Brett Rohde, and I live in town. I had an experience. I just went over and had some pizza one time with my family. And we were just, all enjoying ourselves. And, I looked out the window and there's this little lady out there and she's got 3 kids. And so I went out and she looked like she needed some money. So I went out and gave her some money. So I got to talk to her for a minute. And when I talked to her, she was letting me know that she had moved here from another state. And she said the reason why is because they don't support her there. She said she gets all the money and health care and all the things that she needs here. I'm not going to tell you she's down in the park right now, but I'm going to tell you right now, when you're making a vote, you got to really think, are you supporting the things that are going to make this city prosper, or are you going to support something that's going to take away from it? Because you're taking away right now. You're hurting us. You can hear it. I mean, there's people up here crying. You don't want to do that, right? You guys all had families. Most of you look like you've lived a full life here. Okay? So do the right thing. Look in your hearts. It's good for you. Do the right thing. Thank you.
My name is Tim Minchell. I live in Merlin, and I see the problem in twofold. One is there's people that you can help that want to be helped, and you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. They'll just feed themselves. You'll just feed yourselves to them. And this is what I see what's happening. The people that are in the park, the drug addicts, are getting more and more bold, and they're taking more and more liberties because they've got so many services coming in there to bring them their every need, like the needles in the park and the food. And I think there's no accountability to the for the nonprofits. If you allow the nonprofits to give out needles and food in the park, you're going to grow the problem, and you're going to bring more and more of them in, and nothing's going to get solved. If you actually enforce the law, or at least pass an ordinance so the nonprofits are not allowed to give out food or needles in the park, and if they do, then make them clean it all up. But there's no accountability for the nonprofits. They're big money-making organizations. They basically take huge salaries and take some of that money and put it back into the homeless. But it's basically creating a black hole. And I don't see that as a good thing. I see it's draining the city, because the more they're enabled, the less the citizens are. And we're losing our city. So that's basically what I see. You have to pass an ordinance to make it difficult for the nonprofits to come in there and take over our parks. And you got to stop beating the problem about the food in the parks or any place like that. Make it so they have to be 200 feet from a residence and 1,000 feet from a school, and about 1,000 feet from a park too. That was done in Grants Pass in '95 when they wanted to get rid of the topless bars in town. I watched it happen. They passed an ordinance making it the topless bars and the strip clubs were not allowed to put their businesses within 200 feet of a home and 1,000 feet of a school, and it worked. And that's all I have to say about that.
Next up.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Hines, and I've lived in Grants Pass for over 21 years. I own my property, and I pay my taxes. This winter, I volunteered at the warming shelter and really tried to put in perspective what would help these people. Mayor Bristol, I saw you there. I worked with you. I don't think I saw any of your faces, anybody else on the panel. So some of some are new to the street, I figured out. Due to a job loss or a death, some of them have a drug problem or alcohol addiction and suffer from severe mental illness, most likely caused by addiction. But this is my observation, and I am not a doctor. Addiction is a special kind of hell. It takes the soul of the addict and breaks the heart of everyone who loves them. We need to remember that these are people, even if they live differently from you and I. Jackson and Douglas County have both done so. Why hasn't Grants Pass? The thing we need more is drug and alcohol and rehabilitation facilities, and most definitely more mental health services. If we had a designated space for the homeless, this would fulfill the requirements of the lawsuit, keep their tents in one place, and the police could once again arrest people for vagrancy. They need to obey the law. Some will get the help they need at the facility and some will not, and some will just get tired of the rules and just move on, and some will get arrested. But I'd like to ask the city council, what have you done to solve the issue? Are we going to wait until the local citizens try to take back the parks themselves? As we heard this evening, the gentleman, we the people. We're looking at a vigilante group on Sunday afternoon. You need to step up and do something, because this is going to be a bad situation. We need to take the parks back. Because mayor and council members, if you follow any social media, it's coming to that, and people are going to get hurt because you have failed to address the situation. You need to take action. The situation isn't improving by ignoring it, and the community is upset and have every right to be. The community is waiting on you, the elected officials. Now is your time to shine.
My name is Ken Garrison. I spent 19 years working in the city parks and left in January of 22 because I couldn't do it anymore. I was doing dishes tonight, watching this, and I'm thinking, God, we've lost. I don't know what the answer is. If I did, I would still be working for the city parks because I did not want to leave, but I had to. I was on the verge of just losing my mind. Roughly in 2015, I started doing weekly reports for Jeff Nelson was the superintendent at the time. I put all the gory details in 2015 all the way up until the time I left of what was really going on in the parks. Before I left, I was told that that stuff doesn't get filtered on because the council doesn't want to see it. So if that is the truth, you folks have failed this community. Not just you, but the previous council, management. I gave everything I had to this city and the city parks. To walk away from it, you folks have to find a solution. You have to do something. You're going to lose more people. I've given references for current employees. I had a conversation with one today that's at his wit's end. I begged you folks for help. I stood here and gave a presentation and answered questions at a council workshop and begged for help. Zero. The day Wendy Giordano left was the last day, I believe, of June. I had a 10-minute meeting with Mr. Kubik. Didn't speak to him again until I left, which was January 14th of 22. Not a single conversation. Not one. These folks deserve better than that. I have to go to my grandson's practice at Riverside because my son can't be there. Because he's afraid. You got to do something, figure it out. Everybody deserves better. If I had answers, it'd be awesome. I don't. But that's why you folks are here, to figure it out. Got to do better. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Anthony Sanchez. I'm a resident of Grants Pass. My family and I bought a home here 6 years ago. Loved it, beautiful. We visit the parks all the time. We can't even go to the parks anymore. That's not my big concern right now because I see everything that's going on here. But it's leaking out into the rest of the city. You know, we live by the hospital off of Ramsey and Nebraska, and it's like a trailer park home through there. All the streets are covered with cars. Half of them don't have registration, tags. You know, they're filthy. They don't even look street legal. And we called to get them moved. My kids don't even want to walk home from the bus stop because it's all along that road. And we called to have to get them removed. They park along our streets, do drugs. We've called. They come, take all their paraphernalia, whatever they got, drugs, leave them there, and to show us their gratitude for us trying to get them removed out of there, they'll turn their lights on, their stereo on all night long, just in our little cul-de-sac right there, just to, you know, piss everybody off. My kids want to walk home from school. They can't walk home from school. This is all leaking out further from the parks. I don't know what the solution is. I just know it's becoming a problem to where we don't even visit the parks anymore. We go to the elementary school. My kids want to go to the park, forget it. We go to the elementary school, let them play on the toys there. It's last time we went to Riverside Park, my 15-year-old daughter called 911 because there was a lady sitting in the car, driver's side, passed out, ODing on something, a needle in her arm, 2 kids in the car seat behind her. You know, what do we do? What are we doing? This is every day. You know, we don't go there to play anymore. We'll go through there to drive through like it's a zoo, just to look in awe at all the shit going on out there, excuse me, all the crap going on out there. It's a mess. I'm just concerned. I'm concerned. Thank you.
Brian Hickman, lived here since 1977. What a change. What a change. And I hear this word thrown around all night, homelessness, homeless people. I actually feel bad for the actual homeless people. They're not the people living in our parks. They're the people that are living in their cars, out in the outskirts of town, working because they can't afford housing. Housing's so bad right now, you can't do it. Single, on your own. What we got living in our parks is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle they choose. It's not something the true homeless choose. Those are the people you can't see. There's programs there to help these people. And I sit here tonight and I hear it tonight and I see all these different programs. Millions of dollars we plan on spending for the year tonight, 2045. To benefit us in 2045. You see it on social media, the money we spend for this, that, and the other. What about the now? The now is what we got to be thinking about because we're about to lose the future. You know, and the problem with spending that money now, we can help the true homeless. You know, affordable housing, low-income housing can be paid for with all that money for the now. We can figure out the future. The future can be figured out once we get the now figured out first. But we're going to lose the now if something's not done about it. Yeah, that's about it.
to pause for just a second. Richard, can somebody please make a motion to extend the meeting past 9? Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to extend the city council meeting beyond 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Valerie. All in favor of extending the meeting past 9 o'clock? Anyone opposed? All right. DJ's opposed. Motion passed. How many of you are there? 5 to 1? 6 to 1? 6 to 1. Brian is on an airplane now. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rick Flora, and I live in the county. Our country is presently experiencing a huge crisis in homelessness. There are many causes for homelessness, such as family violence, mental health issues, physical health issues, loss of employment, underemployment, or inability to gain a new job, limited affordable housing, drug and alcohol addiction, and various traumatic experiences. In Josephine County, all of these come into play, but the most obvious reasons here are drug and alcohol abuse and lack of affordable housing. All of these issues need to be addressed if we ever hope to see a reduction in homelessness. But I want to address the singular issue of preventing overnight camping in our parks with the tents, trash, human waste, and discarded needles that come with this. Grants Pass finds itself under court injunction to allow the unhoused to rest or sleep in our parks undisturbed, primarily because of a lack of places in the city where the unhoused can rest or sleep without harassment, but also because of our community's attitude toward homelessness. For example, the point is to make it uncomfortable enough for them in our city so they will want to move down the road. Let's put them on a bus to Portland. Build it and they will come. If you want to help the homeless, you're only enabling them. And other equally ridiculous statements are frequently made by our leaders and our citizens. Some were cited in Blake v. Grants Pass. We do not have to allow camping, but we do have to allow sleep and rest. Consequently, we have a constant rotation of tents, tarps, blankets from one park to another. I'm appalled but not surprised at the highly partisan effort to recall our mayor. Some support the effort out of ignorance. Others are more disingenuous and know exactly what they are doing in this thinly veiled effort to replace someone simply because their political beliefs do not align with theirs. And simultaneously, they hope to affect how people voted in this current election. This same tactic was used in the previous election by the same people when they unsuccessfully tried to recall the mayor and 3 of our councilors. If we truly care about helping people from keeping people from sleeping in our parks and making such a mess of them, rather than trying to recall a person that's working hard to solve this problem, why don't we redirect our efforts to getting all of our councilors to work together to solve this problem? I believe there is one thing that we all agree on. We want clean, safe parks that we can all enjoy and not fear that our kids will step on a discarded needle or inhuman waste. Councilors, I implore you to work together and get this problem resolved. I realize that HB 3124 increases the difficulty, but in that bill, established campsite is not defined. Perhaps we can use that weakness to our advantage. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and next month will mark 30 years of living in Grants Pass. I wanted to make a few connections before I go on my little spiel. I've shopped in Councilor Pell's store for a number of years. I went to school with Councilor Ogier's, did I say your name right? Ogier? Sorry, I went to school with your husband, Officer Hart, you probably know. I've known for over 10 years. We did EMT work together for over 10 years ago. So we're all very connected in this community, and I wanted to make sure that that was noted because I think it's important. We share all of these problems and we share all of these concerns. I spent 7 years working at District 7 schools, and I care about the kids in our community a lot. And I see the effects of abuse and the drugs and the violence in the homes. I see it. I've seen it in the kids, and now it breaks my heart going to the parks and seeing that the children can't even have like a normal childhood there anymore. I grew up going to these parks, walking to them every day in the summer and playing in them. I think we all agree that it needs to change. I used to take my friends' kids to the parks, my nieces and nephews, but I don't do that anymore. It's terrifying. I'll go alone occasionally, but not very often. On Mother's Day, just this last Mother's Day, I drove my mom to Morrison Park. We found a tree to sit under in the grass. I just thought it was a beautiful day. Within 2 minutes, we saw a man shoot himself up with drugs. And my mom jumped up scared, and I said, okay, let's go. We couldn't stay. And just like last week, a week ago, I had a homeless man come by, stole a bucket from my front porch, and dumped, I had soil for planting. He dumped the soil all over my porch and just walked off with the bucket, and I went out and I got it back. He got a few words for me, but that's just kind of an example of the people in our town right now. It's not even just a parks problem, it's the community that we're supporting. So I do have some ideas that I wanted to share because obviously we need some ideas. I saw a program on Facebook not too long ago. It's called Safe Bay. It's something that has been done in Duluth, Minnesota. It's basically like a parking lot that's enclosed. I believe it's gated. They have it open from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. every day, and they offer internet access, housing help, showers, bathrooms, breakfast, and it's enclosed, so they're not allowed to come and go. So that's just kind of like one idea of something we can do to kind of shift towards rather than the parks. Another thought I had is I don't know if the property by the old bowling alley is available, but it's right by the DHS building. It's just something to think about to connect people to resources. So, thank you.
Hello, my name's David Maltz. I own a business about 150 yards north of the bridge. And I'm in the thick of the mess down there. I see a lot of crime, a lot of troubled people talking to themselves. And, you know, one thing that crossed my mind is that I hate to see the name homeless associated with bad. I mean, that was me 30 years ago. Fortunately, I had good mentors, and so I'm no longer homeless. But I hope more people consider that homeless doesn't mean bad. You know, I was the type of guy when I was living in a van that if there was a bottle in the gutter, I was going to pick it up, put it in the nearest trash can so nobody got a flat. And there are plenty of people like me. You know, at the same time, we have a lot of problems in our neck of the woods. In fact, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago, some guy doing business with me, some guy walked by from Tent City right up the road there, didn't like him and started beating him up. Next thing you know, I'm yelling at the guy and I end up getting spit in the face, so it's a very real problem. But it's not limited to just the homeless people either. I mean, I see it all around me. Just in the last 2 weeks, we had a gal right outside where I live beat up another gal. She's still sitting in jail right now. A drunk driver just flew into our building on 6th Street there. I don't know if you've heard about it, but broke a couple windows and damaged a frame on my business. So I think we've got a bigger problem than homeless, and if it's not addressed, it's going to keep growing. What you see with the homeless people, that's what you see on the outside. They're the more obvious people. You don't see what's going on in the homes of people. And I think this country is in a lot of trouble, and I think a lot of what's happening is by design, and I think a lot of you see that too. We've got politicians that, you know, with the idea that they're doing good, a lot of them are doing more harm than good. And so, anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
You got to step all the way up to the mic so we can hear you.
I'm sorry. My name is Cale Luke, and I'm a fellow homeless resident of Grants Pass. I just want to touch on the park issue real quick. It is a real concern, a real danger. I believe our parks are getting overwhelmed with the needles and the drug addicts, and it's not a safe place to bring kids, and it should be. A fellow homeless, and I want to touch on what another gentleman had said as well, that it is very far from the normal homeless do not choose to sleep in parks. We are accustomed to whatever conditions we get, a sidewalk maybe, or an alleyway, or what have you. It's whatever we can accustom to feel safe and comfortable, and there's not much to feel safe or comfortable on the streets. And I just want to say that 3-4 days ago, I myself OD'd at the park and was left for dead, literally in the bathroom of Riverside Park here. And if it wasn't for a complete bystander and a good Samaritan, I wouldn't be here to speak to you today, and I want to touch on that issue, and thank God I'm here, and I want to thank our Lord and Savior and everybody else. Just know that thank the Good Samaritan, whoever she or he may be, and I just want to say that fellow homeless, we do not choose to sleep in parks. I believe that homelessness is a real issue, and it does need addressed somehow, some way, as far as a permanent solution, not a Band-Aid, but a permanent fix to the problem and the issue. And I thank everybody here for listening to that, and I thank you all for your time, and it's very, 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 hopefully in the future it will get better, and God bless everybody, and thank you all for your time.
Hi, Brad Converse, live a few blocks that way. I want to read the actual Blake v. Grants Pass conclusion. A lot of people talk about the injunction and kind of what that all means, and here's the conclusion. So, the holding in this case does not say that Grants Pass must allow homeless camps to be set up at all times in public parks. Just like in Martin, this holding in no way dictates to a local government that it must provide sufficient shelter for the homeless or allow anyone who wishes to sit, lie, or sleep on the street at any time and any place. Skipping ahead a little bit, the city may implement time and place restrictions for when homeless individuals may use their belongings to keep warm and dry, and when they must have their belonging packed up. The city may also implement an anti-camping ordinance that is more specific than the one in place now. For example, the city may ban the use of tents in public parks without going so far as to ban people from using any bedding materials to keep warm and dry while they sleep. The city may also consider limiting the amount of bedding type materials allowed per individual in public places. Moreover, this holding does not limit Grants Pass's ability to enforce laws that actually further public health and safety, such as laws restricting littering, public urination or defecation, obstruction of roadways, possession or distribution of illicit substances, harassment, or violence. Grants Pass would retain a large toolbox for regulating public space without violating the Eighth Amendment. So a lot of people think the injunction just means we have to let anything happen there, and that's not the case at all. There's Martin v. Boise, there's this, and there's also a judgment after that, but the judgment is very specific about what ordinances we can't implement. We can't keep people out of the park at all times, and we can't, during certain specific hours, we have to allow people to sleep, but we don't have to allow them to set up tents. So I'm not a fan of the 3-week stint where we're just going to close the park. I mean, it's a great time to go to the splash pad. I think we should look at what does a established homeless camp actually mean, and at what point a camp becomes established. If someone is walking into the park with a tent and about to set it up and we don't allow tents to be in our parks, can we kick them out right then? Learning exactly where our limit is and going right up to it, I think would be very beneficial. And then as a community, setting up times where dads are going to be at the playground from 3 to 6 every day or on weekends. Just there's a lot of moms that don't feel comfortable taking their kids there. If we had a groundswell of people that just said, look, we are going to take our parks back. If we abdicate and just say, hey, we're not going to go to the parks, they're not safe anymore, well, people are going to go there who are going to make the parks not so safe. If we as people decide we want our parks back, let's go take them back. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak tonight? You could start by telling us your name and whether you live in the city.
Yeah, my name is Matt DePulia. I live in the county right now. I've been a resident of Grants Pass for 31 years. I deal with the crisis on our hands weekly, sometimes daily. And I just want to ask you guys as a board some simple questions, and if you'll partake in raising your hand, that'd be awesome. So, how many of you guys wake up any day during the week and think you might not come home at the end of the day? Raise your hand, because I'm going to keep my hand up.
Just an opportunity for public comment.
Yeah. So, I keep an RKN in my lunch pail for my coworkers to use on me or for me to use on them. I work in the bum camps constantly. I'm in charge of the maintenance on 7th Street Bridge, Caveman Bridge, Baker Park Bridge. Like, you guys have got to get the situation under control. It's just such a disappointment to see it keep escalating with there being no resolution in sight. And the people that are in cuffs are officers. They're tied. They can't do nothing. That's got to change. Like, it's just such a disappointment to continually see the failure just month after month and see just the consistency of it just growing and growing and growing and growing. And I really hope you guys heard us tonight. There's a lot of awesome things said. I know we're all good people and we all want good things. So I'm not up here to rail anybody. I'm passionate about it. It matters to me to see our town go in the direction that it's going. So I hope that with that being said, that you guys can go to the drawing board, take all the ideas that have been said tonight, and that next time we can come here and have a different conversation than the one we've been so empowered by tonight. So thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Donnell Gambucci, and I live in the city. First off, I guess I have a plea that the mayor, the council, the commissioners would all get on the same page. We all want the same thing. Majority of the community has stated that we don't want a shelter. It doesn't work in other places, you know, so we need to find another solution and clean things up. And then another statement that I had, I was a little disappointed in the last meeting that some of the council members, it was like I was in kindergarten. At the end, when you all got to talk, it was, well, some people, and then you'd look over at each other. There was 3 of you that were doing that. And it's like, you need to not do that. You need to come together, work together. Don't blame other people. I mean, it's just not right. You're sitting up there and you're like, well, some people won't agree with us. And then you turn your head and look at them. That's ridiculous. So I'd just like you to, you know, be aware that people see that and it just doesn't look right, you know. So if you can get together on the same page. Another comment I have is with the Narcan. I don't know if there's ever going to be a way that that can be regulated, but it just seems like that's a crutch for people over and over again. If there could be a way where it's like, okay, we go to the same person. We've already given them Narcan 5, 6, 7 times. They're not cats. They don't have 9 lives. They know that drugs are bad. You get 1 shot. You get a second chance at life. If you don't want to take it, why should we keep paying for that? I mean, that's just my opinion. But, I mean, it just doesn't seem, everybody knows that drugs are bad. And there's plenty of places you can go for help. So that's all I have to say. But just work on your faces over there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Sanchez, and I live in the city. My husband got up and spoke a little while ago. We bought our home here 6 years ago. We love our neighborhood, and we love the city. We love the parks. But about 2 years ago, the old Caros building was taken over, and ever since then, we have had nothing but, and I'm not even going to say homeless, because I have seen them drinking alcohol, and I have seen the drug use on our streets on Ramsey in Nebraska. It's been a continual problem. We call public safety. They tag them and they tell us, well, if they just drive around the block, they can come right back. So as soon as you get rid of one, there's another. And it's a continual problem. They leave trash on the road. You know, they're up working on their cars at 9 o'clock at night. They're rearranging their RVs at 9 o'clock at night on the street. Who's out on the street working like that? We know what they're doing. We know what they're up to, and there's nothing we can do. I fear for my children, and my grandchildren. And it has made me second guess raising my family here because of that. And I know that it is a national problem, but it seems like it has gotten really bad and out of hand in our city, and it's upsetting because we pay our taxes, and I wonder where our taxes are going, because it feels like it's not solving a problem, you know. And
We take the time to take care of our property. And my husband, once after we called, we get a knock at the door by a public safety officer. It was a fall day, a windy fall day. My husband had blown all the leaves out to the street. It was raining too. He had just finished doing our yard, blew all the leaves out to the street for the street sweeper to come by. And he gets a knock at the door that he won't be ticketed this time because our leaves were blocking the rain gutter. So we're paying taxes and we're taking care of our property. And we get, accused of I don't know what, but it was very upsetting to get a knock at the door because we're trying to take care of our property in our street. So I feel like we need to focus more on the drug addicts and not the citizens paying the taxes and taking care of their properties. Thank you.
Are there others who wanted to speak?
So, my name is Nina, and I am a citizen of Grants Pass. And I was here last meeting, and I felt like you weren't hearing me, and then I saw the staff report today, and I know that you were not hearing me. This is, first of all, ditto to everybody who's spoken about the parks and everything, because I totally agree with that. This is a different subject. This is about trying to put, excuse me, I'm really nervous, 16 homes in a place where it really shouldn't be. And I'd really like to pass this out. They wouldn't let us put it up on the wall, but this is the corner that you're trying to put more traffic into. Can this be?
Yeah, you can give them to the recorder later if you want to keep
No, I
talking.
want you to be looking at this as I'm talking.
Oh, well, your time will probably run out before we get to that.
Okay, well, could you pass this out to them, please? And as I talk, pass it out, please? Thank you. So we live on the corner of Clover Lawn and Glencrest Way. There are 5 intersections at that corner that you're trying to put another 16 homes onto. It won't work, and if any of you have driven that strip, you will know that. Try to bike ride on that strip. You'll be dead. Do you all have it in front of you now? So you'll see that we have Ray Houck Automotive, and we have the store. Both of those come out onto Clover Lawn right at that intersection. There is Crestview Loop that comes out, Glencrest Way, and if you go north on Clover Lawn and try to go into Glencrest Way, you'll be scared to death. And I want you to all try it. You won't do it. Most of the people that live over here, they go through the store parking lot and then back out because they are afraid to go across that. There was just an accident last week where, right on that corner, I mean, we checked into it. Most of the accidents that are there are not even reported, but we see them all the time. Telephone poles down in the automotive store where it knocked out like 10 cars. Cars upside down in the ditch right there. You really need to pay attention to what we're saying to you. It is not a NIMBY reason why we don't want that there. It is a real reason why we don't want that there. I really, I want to talk to each one of them individually.
You can contact us later. Your time went.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
I get it. I get it.
I have to enforce the rules. That's what the council expects me to do.
Hi, my name is Bonnie McDonald. I'm a city resident. And it seems to me that this whole thing started because they felt that we were not compassionate to homeless people. We didn't have a place for them to rest, to get out of the rain, and have a shelter. But my question is I don't think it's compassionate to let people wallow in their own filth. I don't think that's humane to let that continue. It's the things that you cannot see that can harm you, like bacteria, like viruses, like parasites. And we have visitors coming from outside to go to our beautiful parks, and they can't see these things. They don't know that there's harmful things there. And most of the local residents know. You pretty much have to have a hazmat suit to go to the park because there's feces on the wall in the bathroom. There's urine all over the floor. There's needles behind the toilets when the dispenser's right there. There's needles all throughout the park. And last weekend, we had a celebration for Mother's Day. I drove by the park, and here's people wearing flip-flops in the park. They have no clue what they're being exposed to. So, and the thing is that this hasn't just happened overnight. You've been having people clean up these parks and pick up the needles and pick up the feces all along, and you knew this was going on. I mean, do you realize the danger of having feces in the park where people can step on it? Our children can step on it. You can get cholera, you can get E. coli, you can get dysentery, you can get salmonella, ringworm, tapeworm, hookworm. There's all kinds of diseases you can get just from walking barefoot in the park or flip-flops, and you step into some contamination there. So this is like a huge health risk, and I'm really glad you're closing this park. I don't know if you're closing all the parks or just Riverside Park, because they're all contaminated. And I'm surprised a plague is not broken out by now. And if a plague breaks out because we've allowed them to wallow in their filth, it's going to affect all of us, all of you. And so walking in the park can be deadly, and that's really a shame because it looks beautiful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Adriana. I spoke to you guys, I don't know, however many weeks ago. I told you I was well-versed in Blake v. City of Grants Pass, Johnson v. City of Grants Pass, a couple other things I said. At the end, there was a lot of comments from you guys, which I really appreciated. The one that stuck out to me was, it seems like the majority of the council at that time thought the best approach was to sit and wait for the Supreme Court to hear the matter. I am so glad to hear you guys are going to close Riverside Park and clean it. Cleaning the parks is going to be so crucial. And my dad raised me to believe that you need a right wing and a left wing to make the eagle fly straight. So I'm excited to see the ordinance you guys create during that closure. Thank you.
Will this start over?
It'll come on when you start to talk.
Anyway, Ken Rice, live in the city. Nina was speaking about a project you guys are proposing at that intersection on your map there. It would be in the northwest corner there, just diagonal to the market, and Glencrest Market, or Clover Lawn Market, excuse me. So it's supposed to be a low-income housing project for veterans. And the problem with it is it's going to cram probably 30 people into a tiny area. That intersection is horrible. Ask anybody that lives on the Crestview Loop or just anywhere in that vicinity that have to navigate that stretch. They call it the S-curves, you know, on Clover Lawn. And many of you have probably driven it once or twice, but if you traverse it on several occasions during the day, you find that you better keep your head on a swivel there because the traffic comes flying around those curves. You don't see it coming until, you know, you better hustle. And so the worst is when you're going northbound, you don't see it on the map. You go past Haviland, you turn the first curve, you cross past the market, and then you're going to sweep to the right and continue north into town. If you try to make a left onto Crestview Loop, or if you try to go straight ahead onto Glencrest Way where this new project will be, That is one hairy situation because you can't see around that curve to the north. And they're coming down that hill at 45 miles an hour. It's very dangerous. People cut through the market and Ray Houck's mechanic shop. They cut through that parking lot to forget about going around that curve. They get out there on Crestview Loop after exiting the parking lot, and then it's safer because you come up to the stop sign. You can see both ways, and even then, you better hurry. Also, regarding all this park situation, everybody is speaking about the parks, and I just wanted to point out, pull up your Webster's dictionary there and look up the term cultivate and read everything, how the word cultivate, how it's defined. And I see government all across the country. I drive truck for a living. I see this homeless thing is crazy. And we're cultivating weeds. And apparently in our parks here, we're cultivating needles. And ask any farmer, I don't think needles will sprout. You get the picture. So that's all I got to say. We're against that project on the corner, not against veterans at all or the housing intentions there, but that intersection is horrible. So just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak? All right, I'm going to close public comment. I know a lot of people have left this evening, but I've heard that we have maybe a couple hundred people watching online. So I hope this isn't too repetitive. Some of you know this well and some of you don't. But I just want to cover, first of all, thank you all for coming. We are listening. We do want to hear from you. We especially appreciate those of you who have ideas because that's helpful. We want to look for ways to make our parks safer as we deal with this lawsuit and injunction. One person stated, that 4 or 5 years ago this wasn't a problem, and that's true. 4 or 5 years ago this wasn't a problem. Because the city of Grants Pass has no camping ordinances, you're not supposed to be able to camp in our park, and we were enforcing those laws, and we got sued. And so we lost the lawsuit where 3 homeless people were alleging that the city was violating the 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment, because basically they couldn't camp on private property or sleep or, rest, whatever we want to call it. They couldn't be on private property, right? If they camp in a business doorway, if they camp in your lawn, they get kicked out. When they would camp in the park, they'd get kicked out. So we lost the lawsuit. That happened in 2020, summer 2020. There was a decision that we lost, and then this injunction came about. So when you read about it online, if you look up, you need to read the decision of the lawsuit, and you have to read the injunction. It's a separate document. The injunction is kind of, I think of it as like a child custody agreement. It's a temporary situation. Well, we have appealed the lawsuit decision, and so the injunction is kind of an agreement between the 2 parties, but it's legally binding that does spell out some rules for time and place, hours that we need to abide by. And then the other thing you need to know about is that when you read the injunction, it says that we have to give 24 hours notice to have people move along, and that was the law at the time. Unfortunately, in the summer of 2021, things got even worse when we had a House Bill 3124 that required us to give 72 hours notice. So now we have a situation where people have a legal right to rest in the park. They have a right to keep their stuff with them, and we have to give them 72 hours notice in order to leave. These are not rules that this city council or I made. These are coming down from the federal courts and the state government. And people say that we have tied the hands of the police. This council has not. We want the police to be enforcing the laws to the maximum extent possible. We have not unlimited police. They can't be everywhere all the time. I think many of you have complimented that they're doing a good job. We think they're doing a good job too, as best they can. Does this mean that there's not some additional things that they can do? It doesn't. We can try to pool more resources. The chief said, after this incident last week, he's got people going down there, more than ever, and we're trying to get a handle on it. The council did meet extensively with our attorney who's representing us in that lawsuit last week before the shooting incident happened. Took us a while to get that scheduled with him. He's up in Salem, but we met extensively. We came up with some additional ideas because I think when we started dealing with this situation very aggressively in 2021, after the lawsuit decision had come down in 2020, it wasn't nearly as bad as it is now. So we're kind of changing as the needs change. The situation has grown and we're going to be more aggressive about it and more creative about it. And we do appreciate you getting back to us with any ideas you have. Boatnik is coming up this weekend. Boatnik is happening. What we do is we lease the park to the active club for, that period of time, and then we're able to work around the injunction because during that time the park is kind of a property of the active club, if you will, and it's not really a city park. I know a bunch of people online have said, well, why don't you do this? Somebody even said it tonight. Why don't you do this every weekend? We'll rent it for cornhole. We can't violate this injunction, okay? That looks like an obvious loophole, let's be honest, so we need to abide by the injunction while the lawsuit is pending. It may take some time. Right now, we had an initial decision from the Ninth Circuit Court. It was a three-judge panel last fall. They upheld the lawsuit that said the city was wrong and that we were, over-enforcing. And so we have asked for an en banc hearing. That means that a larger panel of the Ninth Circuit will give us an answer. We're waiting for that decision, and it may go to the Supreme Court. Either way, I think we're anticipating that probably either party will try to get the Supreme Court to weigh in on this. It's, it is a very difficult situation, and we have to come up with some creative solutions to make the parks better while we're also waiting. I heard a couple people, several people have mentioned this idea of a separate space, and I think that is what the council was talking about. I know that personally, my interest in establishing an urban campground or a shelter is to get as many people out of the parks as possible. When we had the winter warming shelter going, we had about 45 people a night staying in that. That's 45 people who weren't out causing trouble at your businesses, in your parks. They had a place to use to the restroom. They were supervised. If there was any issues, we called the police. They responded quickly. So I think when we think about the campground or the shelter, some people think about it in terms of helping the homeless. It's also helping us. It's helping get people out of the parks. And those people who want help will, be able to access help, and those people who, aren't ready for that, won't, and we'll have to deal with that in other ways. I've been kind of concerned. Some people seem to think that the city is providing handouts. We're not. We don't give food, we don't give needles, we don't give cash. We're not paying people $1,000 to leave the park for Boatnik. We're just telling them that they have to leave. There are, of course, nonprofits and other people who provide handouts, and we are looking into whether there's any way to regulate that. We have to do things legally, and you can take a picnic to the park and eat with your family. Is it possible, to give food? Where does that line? So we're looking at all these things. The old bowling alley, the Greyhound station, gosh, I would love to put a homeless campground supervised, with rules at one of those places. They're not for sale. The city doesn't own those properties. They're owned by other people. They're like private property. We can't put them there. Anyway, I want Ken Garrison especially to know when he came and spoke to us, we did hear him. We know that our city police and our parks crew are cleaning the parks up daily. We're not leaving piles of trash. I know that, things collect quickly. It's kind of, surprising, but we do have needles, we do have feces, we have some very real problems. But we also have some staff members who are doing things that aren't really part of their normal job. Nobody, wants to go work for the park department so they can clean these things up, but they're cleaning them up and we know it. And we're trying to come up with ideas to make the situation better. Some people mentioned Medford and Ashland. All the cities around the state right now, you'll hear a lot of talk about this. They're watching us. We're the ones with the lawsuit. So in response to this lawsuit, all the cities around the state are, there's a new state law that's coming down. I think that one's 3115 that one's 3124. The other one I mentioned earlier was 3115 then. They're all trying to come up with ways where they have to make reasonable accommodations for people. I think what Ashland's done is awesome. That's essentially an urban campground. They've designated a place right next to the police station where people can camp, and personally I would love to be able to do that because I don't want people in our parks, okay? They're not campgrounds, and we know that. They're all in residential neighborhoods. They're right by schools in several cases. It's not good. We want you to be able to go there and play with your kids. So I appreciate, I know there were a lot of you tonight, and, you were excited and wanting to cheer for each other. And part of my job is to just keep order. I don't like to tell people, that they can't do that or have to cut people off, but I think it's important that we do work together and try to find solutions to these problems and not vilify each other, whether it's other council members or myself or other community members, because I know I was born and raised in this town. My parents live here, my grandparents live here. I moved away, I came back to raise my kids. It's my daughter's birthday tonight. I spent it listening to all of you because I think it's important that we come together as a community, and I'm not afraid of listening to you. And I want to share information with you so that we can all make smart, informed decisions. And I want to give the council a chance to respond too, because they're tired of listening to me. Go ahead, Val.
Okay, I will try not to talk too long, but I want to add, and I thank you, Sarah, for what you've said. One of the things with the lawsuit, and I did hear a lot of people say, how did this get so bad? It got so bad, it started clear back in Boise, Idaho, with Martin versus Boise, and it was a one-person lawsuit. That set the stage, and you'll hear about that over and over again. Then we got slammed, because not only did we have the lawsuit, which was as a result of people wanting to send the people down the road. I think Richard Flora was quoting from the lawsuit why it was that we were found, we lost a lawsuit, because some of our politicians and some of our people were saying, hey, send them down the road, make them uncomfortable, they won't want to stay here. That's what got us in a lawsuit to begin with, is that attitude. So that's why we're in the lawsuit. So that happened. 2020 is about when that happened. September 28th is when we appealed it. We lost the appeal. And then this is something that a lot of you don't know, but kind of behind the scenes, we have seen how this lawsuit has grown. It's a much bigger problem than Little Grants Pass. The entire nation and the West Coast is looking to us to solve this problem. And in the en banc, I can never get that word right, en banc lawsuit, which right now we're asking, okay, there was a 2-1 decision the last time and we lost our appeal. But we're saying because it was not unanimous, we are given the opportunity to ask to have a larger court look at it. So have 11 judges look at it as opposed to 3. In that case, they opened it up to have people come out in support of us and people come out in support of the other side. In our court right now, we have 4 amicus briefs that are 24-page documents written by big-time lawyers. The first one comes from the California State Association of Counties and the League of California Cities in support of Grants Pass, saying the same thing. We're in the same place. We can't do anything. Help us. We need the court action to step up because our normal, regular citizens are losing their quality of life. The city of Seattle is the second amicus brief, 24 pages of, they go on and say, in their amicus brief, and I have it written down here, they state some facts that say they have had 4,000, in 2020, they had 11,751 homeless in Seattle. And they went on to talk about all the different types of problems they have, and they're saying, how ridiculous is it for our police force to go out there and know which direction to send these homeless people at? We don't know whether they're drug addicted. We don't know. There are all sorts of shelters out there and available, but we don't know if what they need is available or not. So the police hands are tied. They can't do it. They said that Seattle had 13,873 year-round shelter beds, a total of 10,122 homeless, and they still can't get people off of the public right-of-ways. So it's the same problem they're having. They have the beds available, and they still are allowed to sleep on public property. So they're counting on this lawsuit to get this answered in the court system. The third one is the Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles. There are over 1,400 businesses, 650,000 employees in Los Angeles that are counting on this lawsuit to get settled in court, because that's where we're at. We legislatively can't do anything. We can't make the rules because we are under a court order. So that it's in the court's hands. We can't do anything. The fourth is the Oregon League of Oregon Cities, the City of Portland, the Association of Idaho Cities, the International Municipal Lawyers Association, Special Districts Association, or the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, and Washington State Association of Municipal Attorneys. So we have a huge West Coast group of people who have come to our defense in this lawsuit, asking for them to listen, have 11 judges look at it. Should we just stand up and say, no, let's just throw it out and have a vigilante, we'll solve it ourselves? Would I like to tape today's meeting and send it to the James A. Redden U.S. Courthouse in Medford and have them listen? Because they told us we would hear about this on comp and be able to know if we were going to be able to get it in January. And here we are in June. And that's why we kind of were waiting, because we were told that in January and February we would know whether they were going to have this briefing. They haven't told us a thing. So we are literally at the mercy of the federal court based upon the constitutional 8th Amendment. And every place up and down the West Coast is waiting for some sort of resolution. After this next step, which when we find out where it is, it goes straight to the Supreme Court. We all know how the Supreme Court has shifted. And I think that's something that we'd all like to see, is have our officers get their ability and untie their hands. But it's not us. I would love to have it. I have 4 kids I've raised in this community. I've lived in this community for 48 years. I've taught school in this community for 30 years. I loved teaching, and I still go down to that elementary school and volunteer. You don't think I want those kids to have their parks back? I do just as much as you do. But yes, my hands are tied, because I know if we don't follow through and we don't bring it up, if it gets to the Supreme Court, that we're all just giving up, and it's going to turn into a world of vigilantes, and that's going to get us absolutely nowhere but a whole lot of problems. So I speak with passion because I am passionate about my community. I ran for this office twice, because I want to make this a better place. I've lost 4 of my children who've left town. I would love to have them come back. They don't want to. I don't blame them. So that's why I remain to fight. But I also think that you don't go and fight all the way to the end and throw up your hands and say, okay, we just can't do this anymore. Because it's been a long battle. It started 2009 is when the Boise case started. It hit us in 2020. And interestingly enough, I was quoted in the lawsuit of saying something very vile about the homeless and what our parks look like and what was going on in our parks. It wasn't me. It was a person who spoke tonight who sent me that email, and I directed it right over to the chief of police and said, hey, this is what we're hearing from our constituents, would you please take care of it? And somehow my name got attached to that email. But it wasn't me. It was someone here tonight in this community who's advocating and riling people all up to get crazy. And you know something? That's why we're in a lawsuit to begin with. So, I'm done.
Dwayne, then Joel.
Yeah, I just want to answer some questions, and thank you for the people that stayed to listen to responses, because a lot of them just left and called people out, so I at least want to give them that. First, I want to address, what's her name, on Crestview Loop. I was on Crestview Loop 8 times today because I remodeled a house on there, and I know DJ has built an ADU on the easement there, so we are actually, and we both live and we both are in Ward 2, so we know this road, but the city's not building this. We didn't build this. We're not building it. This is going through the planning department. I think we've sent emails out to, out and says, hey, this is the process, but the city is not building these cottages. The city is not planning for our permits, so, and yes, the road is dangerous. I lived on Crestview Loop for 6 months as a child, and I live over by it right now. I mean, I could get to Crestview Loop in a minute from my house, so I understand the rule, but we have nothing to do with the development yet. It hasn't came to our thing for anything to vote for, so I don't know what you want us to do at this point. It has to go through the process to get to us, to even bring it in, and all we're gonna vote on, if I'm right, I think, is annex it into the city limits. That's all we're gonna do. We don't vote on if it's legal or not legal. I don't know what you want us to do, but that's, you could talk to me later. Mike, I just want to address you. It's legal to be nude in public here in Oregon, so I just want to make some highlights there. So something. So if you want to walk nude with your friend you met today, you can walk as nude as long as it's not sexually in nature. I just want to make sure you know that. I had to make some light because it's been a long night. So, but I don't want to see you nude. So. We keep hearing about the lawsuit, and I just want people to understand that there's a group out there that is lobbying the Democratic Party to pass these crazy stuff. They're called the Oregon Law Center. They helped in the lawsuit. You should be mad at them too, because they're the one helping keep making these crazy rules on the cities and the state. You know, that $1,000 one they were trying to pass, that's lobbying by the Oregon Law Center. Help with the lawsuit, that's the Oregon Law Center. It's not us. I mean, I didn't get no money to the Oregon Law Center. Just go through my notes here. They kind of hit some of my stuff here. You know, the only thing I could say about this is I wish for the last 2.5 years we'd work on better rules, stricter rules on behavior. I've been screaming it for 4.5 months. We got to hit behavior or something serious is going to happen. And guess what? Something did happen. Let's talk about that gentleman just for a second. He was in the shelter, the mission, 3 days prior to that. He checked himself out because he didn't like the rules and went to the park. So low barrier is risky, just like up in Roseburg when the guy, you know, with a knife. There's no rules, risk there. He didn't like the high barrier, so he went to the park, and we all know what happened there. Low risk. So, you know, he had a place to stay because there was, today there's still 38 beds there. For men, there's 48 women and children beds, so there's places for people to go that want help. I've been saying this for a few months now. Every time there's beds, there's usually almost 100 beds available for men and women at the mission. So it's not like they have a place to go, but there's rules. I just say there's some other things. You know, someone brought up nonprofits. Yeah, I'm frustrated with nonprofits. 13 years ago, UCAN promised the city that it would cure homelessness in 10 years. I'm still waiting for their promise to come true because it's only growing, and we've given them almost $1 million. 13 years ago, the director of UCAN said they're going to cure homelessness in Grants Pass. That has not come true, and we just keep them giving them more dollars, and I don't know how much they've solved, or I'm sure they've done some good, but that's a lot of money that I don't think is going the right area. Hit Medford a little bit. I just want people to understand this. The Medford rule, again, we can't do that at this point, but guess what? We're going to be watching to see what happens in Medford. That's the way I look at it. If they don't get sued and they can get away with it, I would say we need to look at that in a year from now. I mean, right now, I think it's pretty risky, and we've had some counsel on that, and I think that's a little risky in the situation we're at. And I would just encourage everybody here to make sure that all of us pass these rules on June 21st. We have a bunch of new ordinances and rules to deal with behavior. They all need to be passed. Every single thing that we have coming down that are being written up by our attorney, everything needs to be there. It's not about resting, it's about behavior and everything to do with behavior. And that's what I've been screaming out for 4.5 months, is behavior. There's yeah, someone wants to rest, but they're not gonna, you shouldn't be causing problems. You shouldn't have a knife, you shouldn't be a gun, you shouldn't be doing crazy stuff. Behavior issues. And I think, let me see here. Oh, also, I would just say this, I have an attorney friend that's up in Salem, and he said that we need to make sure we're reporting every single case because they get documented for our court case. This is the problems we're having. Now, I don't know if they're gonna come and see you, but we at least need to document all the craziness that's going on. I think the courts need to see that stuff. This is destroying our city. That's all I got to say, and thank you for coming. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Joel?
After listening, I forgot what I was going to say. I had a couple things. One, Julie, On Track has not completed their construction yet. I haven't forgot about the need to go see that new mental health facility. So you were interested in that, and to other people, there's a lot of things that are ongoing that haven't been completed yet, that hopefully will be part of the solution. I wanted to we got to get home, because there's carbon sinks to be made. But anyway, there was 2 public comments tonight I just wanted to reiterate. One was from Brad, and he actually had 2 comments. One was there's some cost associated with closing the park. And he takes his kids down there, and they go in the splash park. He does not want the park closed. We also discussed what Ward brought up, that you displace people from the park if you close it, and so where do they go? And one of the possibilities is they go downtown. So there are those things to be considered. We can mitigate them somewhat with our police and what they do, and we trust our police chief to do that. And we're going to learn. The park's going to be closed anyway to some extent because of Boatnick. And but we need to learn, and we need to see what's going on, and we need to take care of each other. The other thing, and I need to educate myself a little better, Brad brought up the concept of the injunction not having the tent, but our lawyer also said that really wasn't an option. And so I need to get back to him with the fine legal details of what that means, if you can, that you can't ban tents in the park. And our honorable city manager can address that. So anyway, I wanted to recognize those comments.
Did council want to say anybody else before I have Aaron? Go ahead, Vanessa.
Or you want me to do it? Yeah. You know, the federal case that was mentioned, the ability for us to regulate tents, and the federal case does state and talks about taking minimal measures to stay warm and dry. And what that means at the outer edge of it, we have really not tested. No one has really tested. The judge seems to indicate that the city could regulate the erection of tents. But I think if we banned the tents in all parks, we would really be pushing the boundary of what the taking minimal measures to stay warm and dry are. And at this point with our lawsuit, we don't have the ability to push those boundaries and push that guardrail to determine that. And I would encourage all of you, because I saw and felt the passion. We, as you've heard here, have felt the passion of council. You are saying the same, looking at this from a third person part, you are saying the same exact thing. You are on the same page. There's maybe a additional information from both parties to learn from, what you're expressing and what council's trying to express, and a better understanding of both of those, but you're saying the same thing. And I would encourage you to take your passion and that frustration and reach out to your state senators and your representatives and express this same thing regarding the 72-hour notice requirements that the city has to follow, and forcing cities across the state of Oregon to write laws to allow homeless individuals to sleep in public spaces. I would encourage you to reach out to your state reps and express that frustration.
We'll make a politician of him yet. Go ahead.
I definitely don't want to rehash anything that was stated this evening. Thank you to everyone who has stayed. As complex as homelessness can be, reasons for entering it, I really do believe that homelessness, there can be two types of homeless people. There can be one that is interested in rehousing, and there is one that is not interested in rehousing. And so for simplicity of this conversation, we'll boil it down to you are interested in having a home again, or you are not interested in having a home again. And there's two completely separate responses to those factions of people. For the people that have fallen on tough times and are a grocery bagger at grocery outlet and sleep in their car in some residential neighborhood, I think that they need a safe space to be, just like everyone in the community deserves a safe space to be. I will continue for the council supporting some type of creation of a low barrier shelter with our local nonprofit networks for those people who are interested in getting into a rehouse situation. Those people should receive the support of the community. For the faction of individuals that do not have any interest in reentering rehousing, the response to that we have in society is utilizing the police. And we heard one of our first public comment at the very beginning. Mr. Daggett had spoken about the levy and our levels of service for our police. And I think for that latter response, the city will need more resources for that. We are slated to make decisions on behavioral type ordinances, time, place, manner restrictions, June 21st. And for enforcement of those, there is a price tag that comes with that. And so what I'm about to say will be very popular, but when we have service level discussions, taxes will go up. Taxes for this community will go up when it comes to public safety services. And so we're not only seeing the need for police in homes, crimes do occur inside of homes as well. We are seeing an increased need for that. We're also seeing an increased need for the police in the parks. So when we have these public safety discussions, I'm hoping that the community can come on board and be a little understanding when that discussion does come to a head and this council has to raise a utility fee or we have to raise the amount of the levy. I hope that tonight's discussion is taken into consideration. Rob.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody on both sides here that have been out there and on the dais who spoke tonight, because I think everyone had a lot of valid points. Just touching on something that Ward said earlier and tying that in with, different changes in ordinances to monitor behaviors. The parks aren't the only place that absurd behaviors are occurring. The person who is in custody for the murder in the park on Sunday night, I've had multiple interactions with that guy. While I'm having interactions with him, I encourage my employees to call the police, and the police, by and large, did show up. But I'm saying he was a downtown guy. Before he got to the shelter a few days ago, he was living in downtown for probably over a year. So people that need mental health help are not just in the parks. I've seen them downtown for a long time. They're not as concentrated, there's not as many of them, but that exact guy had multiple interactions with him. Fortunately, I didn't anger him quite as much as he got on Sunday night. But, to me, it's part of what in many ways, it comes down to a lot of money, and what Vanessa was just touching on. And if we had more, I guess, police patrols in the parks and some of those teams, I would imagine that we could probably police behaviors a lot more effectively. That does come down to money. And I know that Aaron touched on contacting state reps and senators and so forth. I'd even go further, and even though this is just really rhetorical because it's not really going to do much good at this point, but I know that the United States has about $150 billion making sure that the parks in Ukraine are in really good shape. And it really annoys me. If you take the population of Oregon, which is about 1/80th, I believe, of the country, you take our share of that $150 billion, we'd have about $2 billion that we could throw on a lot of different problems. So if you want to contact people, you can also contact your United States senators and state representatives and make sure that the next time we spend $150 billion, that some of it stays here in Grants Pass, because it's absolutely absurd to be throwing it away halfway around the world when clearly we've got some problems here to deal with.
Anybody else? Yeah, it is a good reminder that we need to direct things to the right legislative body too, because there are a lot of state laws and you need to contact state reps, and we can all contact state reps, but it's not our job is to run the city and not to be legislators at the state level. Senator Wyden, I know, is doing a town hall next week, so you can speak to him as well and let people know how you feel. But we appreciate you all coming tonight, and this is a very concerning problem, and we are continuing to work on it. That June 21st meeting, we'll be talking about some potential solutions to, it's not going to move people out of the parks, but we can try to make some safe zones and do some things that we haven't done yet, and we'll see how that ends up. But thanks for your patience tonight. We do have a good chunk of meeting left, everybody. So let's take I always say 5 and then we go 8. So I'm going to say 5, but we're going to go 8-minute recess, okay? And then we'll come back and at 10:10, we're going to get started again. production strategy. All right, looks like we're live again here. Does anyone have a problem, does anyone on council, do you have a problem with bumping housing production strategy for a month? Okay. All right, we're gonna bump that one off the agenda tonight, and we're gonna move on. We have, we're gonna do everything in backwards order today. We're gonna go with item D first, the Welcome Center improvements. So that in the interest of our of our audience here.
And thank you for hanging in there as well. I started at the back end, and I think I only have 2 slides with words. You guys have seen this. Well, you've seen it all quite often, so I wanted to make best use of your time, and especially after tonight, we're going to continue that trend. So, as you know, this has been on the agenda. You did ask us to take this project back to the Tourism Advisory Committee and the Historic Buildings and Sites Commission to review the 3 final designs. May 2nd, the Tourism Advisory Committee indicated a preference for the gray-red with the brick accent, citing that they felt that that blended with the adjacent buildings nicely. On May 11th, we took that to the Historic Buildings and Sites Commission. They did indicate a preference for the white option, citing that that design best fit the original building. That was the way it was originally done. It would fit. They thought some accent, like some nice black accents, would really fit the colonial building. And I'm sure Chair Warren, who's here, will be glad to speak to that. And so that is my presentation. And what we are looking for is just a motion, which gives staff direction. We will then, actually I do have one more words, but basically what will happen is with that motion, we will go off to start completing the final design and specifications. That would then allow us to begin the planning process, including full Historic Buildings and Sites Commission review. Once we have our full color palette, our material selection, and all of that done, because there's still a lot of decisions to make, we would then be soliciting bids for your consideration for that remodel. Were we to get direction tonight, that construction could begin in fall, but we'll have to really get cooking to meet that schedule.
Any questions?
Can you just show us the 2 choices one more time? The gray and the...
Yeah. So there's 3, but nobody chose the green and the gray and cream color. This is the colonial white, and they should be in your packet. Is that on your dais up there? But if not,
we didn't get the full packet because it was 795 pages, and we didn't want
if I'd have known that, I'd have printed them out. I apologize. So this is the colonial white. As stated, the HBSC did mention that it could do with some additional accents. We'll work with the architect on that. That would be fitting. And this is the gray and red. And remember, these are not final colors, but they are just a rendition of what it could look like.
Any other questions for Jason? Rick?
We don't have an estimated difference in cost with the brick versus no brick.
No, we just didn't have time to do that level of design work, Counselor. I think our cost estimates are going to be in this range. The brick will definitely be on the higher end because it's got some more work to the exterior, with adding the brick facade. I'd have to go back and we'd have to look at the materials that are allowed in the historic buildings and sites, because I don't know that you could put just a facade on. It might have to be actual brick material. So there's just things I can't answer. I guarantee you the gray and red will be on the more expensive side. The white would probably be least expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I think we have somebody waiting to speak. Ward, would you like to speak on this?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still here. So basically, I do want to correct for the record the fact that public comment that was made from that guy that comes every week or every other week, that, you know, we can't use general fund money for this, blah, blah, blah. It's not general fund money. You all know that, I'm sure. It's TLT dollars and, you know, urban renewal dollars, I believe. So I wanted to correct that. Basically, you know, I think it was fine to send it to tourism because of the fact that it is a tourism facility and it's funded with TLT dollars. The only thing is like you appoint us on the Historical Building and Sites Commission to advise you. And so, you know, this building this style of building, which is a colonial style, would not have brick like that. And when I look at that, it reminds me of a Les Schwab. I mean, that's kind of what the white with the red trim looks like. But it's not really appropriate for that style of building. So what we look at is not, you know, if we asked all 9 of you up here to, you know, write down what's your favorite color, you know, we could get 9 different opinions, subjective opinions. And what we do when we look at it is not our subjective opinions. It's not a matter of taste or preference. It's a matter of authenticity. It's a matter of what was this building, what did it look like when it was originally built? And it was white because that's typically what colonial buildings are. The black accents over the windows there and on the entryway, you know, would definitely, I think, be an improvement. The brick would probably be a brick facade. But I think, you know, at the entrance to our original National Historic District, you want it to be authentic, you want it to be consistent. And I did hear somebody from tourism said, you know, white, it's going to stand out. Isn't that what we want a welcome center to do? I do. I want people to see it and go, okay, the welcome center, that's where we can go in and get information. We can use the restrooms. The people that work in there are wonderful. I stop in once in a while and talk to them. They're very helpful, knowledgeable. And so, yeah, the consensus of the commission was to go white and to put black accents and also to use the word downtown on the building. So because we have the North Visitor Center, that somewhere it should say Downtown Welcome Center. And the letters, you know, like the black accents, the signage should be black as well. So, any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward. All right. Nobody else here from the public, so we'll turn it to you, Council. Joel.
Well, it seems to me like it's just a difference of opinion, which is not surprising. And and we probably have different opinions, so I would say we just vote on it, and anybody that, it's not a big deal. So unless, I don't want to cut off discussion, but I would go ahead and make a motion to accept the historical building as white, to have it stand out and be consistent with what it was in the past, and have a discussion on that and everybody express their opinion.
Seconded by Dwayne. Discussion on that? Val, DJ, Rob.
Yeah, I think either one, probably. I think at this point, we're all just ready to move on and get her done. So I get that. But I am going to say that I prefer the red. And it's just my personal preference. I mean, it was built in 1965 as a big white building, but I didn't like it when I first moved here. I never liked the big white building on the corner of that, so I'm going to vote against it. But either way, it doesn't matter to me.
DJ?
I am in the habit of trusting experts in their field, and when it comes to what buildings look like in the historic district, the Historic Building and Sites Commissions are those experts. I'll be voting yes.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm going to be voting yes on the white with the black, but also I just want to add that I think the suggestion that the commission had for a downtown welcome center, I would hope that we can incorporate that. And if there's no objection, I hope Jason can move forward with the word downtown on there as well.
Dwayne? Oh, you had a finger up a minute ago. Anybody else? All right. The motion was to have the building be white. And Joel, you made the motion. How do you vote?
It's amazing how brief discussions are after 10 o'clock. I vote yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
No.
All right, motion passes 6-1. And I'm glad I won't have to veto that because I really disliked that gray and red color scheme. Wasn't going to veto though. Oh dear. Brian might be able to get back from San Francisco in time to catch the end of this meeting. What do you think? How about item B? That would be to distribute the remaining Oregon Department of Administrative Services funds. Aaron?
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have $5,000 left of the $1 million that we allocated. Isn't it amazing? And we need your direction in order to allocate that before the end of this fiscal year. So our agreement does expire June 30th, and getting your direction on this additional $5,000 is key to us closing this project out. As to date, we've allocated $995,000. 80,000 went to All Care Community Foundation, 25,000 went to UCAN, 890,000 went to On Track. So those are three examples. They're examples that are focused on unhoused or housing needs, and it's relatively broad, so you had a lot of different options for you. Cost implication is to distribute $5,000. This is DAS money, and your alternatives are you could choose one of the three that you've already chosen before, and you can add $5,000 to their efforts. Each one of those items, whether it be the Ramsey warming shelter by UCAN, or whether it be On Track, or what was the other one? Or All Care Community Foundation, or UCAN in general, they could all utilize the $5,000 for unhoused type of services. So with that, turn it over to you.
Questions? No? No public comment either, so we'll just move straight on to discussion. Valerie?
Yeah, I would be in favor of it going to our continuum of care, which is UCAN, just because they're currently running the shelter out. Are they running the shelter out at the one on Ramsey? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I know they continue to work to do that. So that's where I would suggest it go.
Anybody else?
Then I'll make a motion that the $5,000 be sent to our continuum of care UCAN.
Seconded by Vanessa. Discussion on that? All right, the motion was to turn the $5,000 over to UCAN. And Valerie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
No.
Motion passes 5-2. All right, now we have made it to appointments. And we have one vacancy on the Urban Area Planning Commission. This is your purple sheet. We have two candidates who applied. We interviewed them this past Monday. Lori Arthur is reapplying, and Dot Lam is a new applicant. The commission recommended Lori Arthur be reappointed. Currently, she serves as a commissioner. Her fellow colleagues on the UAPC praised her for her extensive knowledge of previous planning cases, issues, and city history. She comes thoroughly prepared for meetings and by carefully reading and studying reports and analysis, and is precise with her questions to both staff and applicants alike. Her recommendation was unanimously endorsed by the UAPC. So if you would all please put your preference on the purple sheet and move it down. Did you check them? Okay, it's not unanimous, so just hang on a second here. Okay, I have 5 nods here for Lori Arthur and 2 for Dot Lam. And Lori is coming, Vanessa, DJ, Joel, Rob, and Rick, and .lom was Dwayne and Valerie. So I will accept a motion for that position. Somebody like to make a motion? DJ.
I move to appoint Lori Arthur to UAPC.
Seconded by Vanessa. Any discussion on that? Val?
Yeah, I think either one of them would be fine, but I just wanted to let .lom
Yeah.
know that I was very impressed with this interview, and I do know that he has a lot to give to this community, and so I hope that he'll still stay engaged and continue to apply so we can use his vast knowledge.
Dwayne?
I got the second one. Val just said that he was very impressive, and he's got a very array of experience from different states and federal. So I hope that he can get on there eventually. I think he'd be a good asset for them.
Rick?
I agree with the comments that were made. I think it would be nice to see some fresh faces in there. I still voted for Laurie because of her background, but I hope he is willing to stick around and reapply and be on other committees if possible.
All right. DJ, you made the motion to reappoint Larry Arthur. How do you vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0, and I agree. I thought .lom was a very qualified candidate. Hope he tries again. There will always be another vacancy. Second, here we have one opening on the Committee for Public Art, COPA. There's one opening on the committee. 2 candidates have applied in alphabetical order. They are Vanessa Leonards and Joan Marie Robertson Giesler. And the committee recommended Joan Marie Robertson Giesler. She has an impressive art background. She's involved with the community and did a complete application. And, okay, we had a unanimous nod here for Joan Marie Robertson Giesler.
So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Joan Marie Robertson Giesler to the Committee on Public Art.
Seconded by DJ. Any discussion on that? Okay. Valerie made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right. We already took care of public comment, except we skipped the email report. How's that, Karen?
There was one email titled Safety Regarding Downtown Sidewalks and one email encouraging council to use eminent domain to solve the homeless issue.
All right. And consent agenda. These are items of such routine nature without controversy. They may be approved in a single action. And would the council president please read the consent agenda?
Yes, this is a consent agenda for May 17th, 2023. A was moved to council action, so B is a resolution creating a position of emergency call taker and amending the classification plan. C, resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a 3-year labor contract with the Teamsters Local Union number 223. D, motion adopting the findings of fact for the Development Code text amendment to Article 11, tree deposit repeal. E, motion approving the minutes of the City Council meeting of May 3rd, 2023, and motion acknowledging the minutes of the Urban Area Planning, April 12th, minutes of the Collaborative Economic Development Committee of March 23rd, and the minutes of the Tourism Advisory Committee for April 4th. The Housing Advisory Committee meeting, March 17th, the minutes of the Bikeways and Walkways Committees of April 11th, and the minutes of the Urban Tree Advisory Committee from April 10th, 2023. And with that, I make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Seconded by Joel. All right, we don't discuss the consent agenda, so you have a question? Okay.
I do have a question. Just wanted to come to light that the manifestation of these negotiations with Teamsters will allocate more general funds to them. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay. Valerie, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right. Comments from council on anything tonight? DJ?
Sure. I would be remiss if I didn't express my disappointment in the solar setback fiasco. There's a lot of work that has gone into it. I personally have worked on it, read the whole document, had meetings and input from developers. This packet was printed, 700-something pages, half of it's this development code, publicly noticed, and you're not ready to have the meeting. It's very disappointing. Like, it's hard to overstate how just absurd that is. So I just have to say that.
Anybody else? Comments from staff?
Just to clarify, we were ready to have the meeting. That was my comment earlier. I just wanted to make sure that if the council was aware that we did not have the technical expert present tonight to help guide you through it, but we could have still did that. So I just want to clarify. Hopefully that was made clear.
Sure, that's clear, and I'm happy to rebut you. You weren't able to have the meeting. You did not have the consultant here. Your planner was not here to clarify. We
All right,
would not have gotten a good meeting out of it that would have manifested a decision.
Okay, council decided not to move forward with it tonight, or I did. I don't remember anymore what happened at the beginning of the meeting, but Joel?
I did have a comment, but I'll just save it for next meeting. It's not time sensitive.
Valerie?
Yeah, I did have, one of the emails I think that we just got from Angela Padilla is about this, the sidewalks downtown, having problems with skateboards, a sign that she had put out there that she was asked to take it down because it had the logo on it, but it was telling people to stop and not. So I was just going to try to find out what's up with that and if there's anything we can do.
Well, from a public works standpoint, there are signs at every crosswalk that say that you cannot ride your bike or your skateboard on the sidewalk. We went down and painted the curbs, not the curbs, at the curb ramps. They've all been painted downtown that no skateboarding and bicycling on the sidewalk. I would think that if she wanted to put up her own sign, that's probably okay. She just can't use the city's logo to make it look like an official sign that says you cannot do this. I will say also that where she sets up, it gets pretty constricted. So she would just want to be sure that she is maintaining that ADA clearance. When you set up tables on both the inside and the outside of the sidewalk there, you're probably really encroaching on that 4-foot walkway, which is why they may have so many conflicts with people going through there if they're on a skateboard.
Yep.
So a problem that I had with her sign is that in some ways it could be inferred that it was in direct conflict with what our actual laws are, because it said no skateboarding or bicycle riding in front of restaurants, which would imply that it's reasonable everywhere else in the downtown. And, you know, that's not. So someone would get off their skateboard and then get back on it after they pass her place. And so that her wording was like not appropriate.
Dwayne?
Mine's just a report on the Housing Advisory Committee. I know they have a meeting this Friday, but the last meeting I had, I was a little concerned, and I'm just going to bring it up because I feel they were going off topic and talking about homeless parking in city whatever places, which is not really part of the housing rules and stuff like that. And I've addressed it with Aaron and everything, and I just hope that we can keep these committees on their task of what they're supposed to be doing versus, in fact, we're already taking care of that. I think we have a workshop on that already going to come up. So I just a little concerned and had a couple words with them about staying to what they've been appointed to do, is work on housing, not car camping. So I think that we need to be careful that our committees stay on task. So.
Anybody else? Staff comments? All right, I think that brings us to the end. Motion to adjourn. Valerie?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Seconded by Vanessa. All in favor of adjourning tonight?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned, and I think your next meeting's budget